The following is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Ohio.
It is a beautiful night, a little on the chilly side, but clear skies overhead for the series finale, and the Reds trying to make it 3 straight wins over the Cubs after losing the opener here on Monday night. It's Hispanic Heritage Night at the ballpark, so lots of pregame festivities taking place just a short while ago. And we're moments away from baseball. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, where tonight, Homer Bailey gets a start. Tonight and 2 more starts. 3 wins away from getting to 10 victories on the year.
Well, every time you look at Homer Bailey, you think this guy has ace-type of physical ability. When he pitches well, he is an absolute dominant pitcher. This Cubs club, well, they've given him some trouble over a period of time, even though you see him throwing very well here. He had a very good start in Colorado his last time out, 7 2/3 innings, only gave up 1 run, and it just happened to be a bad pitch that was up, hit the ball out of the ballpark. But Homer Bailey, in his last 13 starts, he's had 8 quality starts, and tonight that's what the Reds want to see, because when he's having a tough time and not pitching with his best stuff, well, you can see that in the all others, it's not pretty, and you don't want to have that happen.
It's really almost been a feast or famine kind of season for Bailey. Clearly more good starts than bad starts, but you like to get that first column up and that second column a little bit down.
Well, I think the big thing for him right now is just to be able to pitch when he doesn't have his best stuff. That's the biggest key for any young pitcher.
All right, we'll find out how it goes tonight. He'll have some help out in right field tonight. That'll be Chris Heisey. He's back, healthy, homered here last night. Cowboys going to talk about him when we return.
of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
We're back at Great American Ballpark. We told you not a cloud in the sky on this beautiful Thursday night. What about the rest of the night? Figures to get a little bit chilly. How about it, Tim Hedrick?
It's that time of year. A lot of juggling going on in the lineup. And it's also that time of year where we get some cool temperatures. Down to 56 degrees by the end of the game. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio.
Well, that's pretty big league juggling right there.
Not bad.
Dusty's been juggling the outfield lineup, and Chris Heisey back healthy again, Cowboy.
Well, Chris Heisey can play all three outfield positions. Could probably play more than that if asked to. This guy's a super athlete. We've seen him in multiple ball games hit more than one home run. But the big key that you look at with Chris Heisey, even with limited play, here in 2011, he has a home run in one home run every 13 at-bats against right-handed pitching. And he's got a right-hander on the mound tonight. So let's see what he's got.
Can you juggle?
No.
I want to get back to that weather idea down in Jackson during the offseason sometime tonight. We're set for baseball. First pitch next.
Reds Baseball is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time.
All righty, moments away from our first pitch here tonight. Reds have taken the field, the finale of this four-game series. Cubs won the opener. The Reds have won the last two. And here's Mike Quaddy's starting lineup. Starlin Castro, Darwin Barney, Aramis Ramirez to start it. Carlos Pena, the cleanup hitter. Brian LaHare in left. And Marlon Byrd in center. Tyler Colvin in right. Coy Hill catching Randy Wells. 8-7 right-hander Homer Bailey on the mound for the Reds.
A lot of Homer Bailey's issues in his tough times have been lack of being able to throw strikes with the breaking ball and the split finger. His last time out in Chicago on his work day in Chicago, that's all he worked on was throwing breaking balls and getting the grip as consistent as he possibly could. Went out to Arizona, one of the toughest places to throw breaking balls in the big leagues, and he was nails. Let's hope that consistency continues on tonight.
Well, here we go. Starlin Castro has led off the first 3 games of this series by reaching base, twice on walks, once on a hit. He looks at ball 1, and we are underway. Castro at 309 leads the National League in base hits, has 9 home runs and 61 driven in. Paul Lemel working behind a plate tonight. Rob Drake at first, Al Porter the umpire at second, and Gary Darling is down at third. 2-0 on Castro. Bailey really over about the last month and a half has only had 1 poor start, and that was against St. Louis. 2 starts ago, lasted only 3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them were earned runs. Swung on and fouled out of play to even account, but bounced back, as we mentioned a moment ago, against Colorado in the Mile High City. 7 2/3 innings, 6 hits, only 1 run. There you see his final numbers. 113 pitches in nearly 8 innings of work. In the air, playable, should be out number 1. Votto will give way to Brandon Phillips, and it is out number 1. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Alonso in left, Stubbs in center, and Heisey replaces Jay Bruce out in right. Todd Frazier at third, Paul Giannis at short. The regulars on the right side, Bailey and Ryan Hannigan in the battery. Yonder Alonso getting the night off here last night after starting the first 2 games of this series.
Now he's sitting 4th. Jay Bruce with the night off tonight.
Barney at 278, 2 home runs, 42 runs batted in, takes outside 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball in the air, slightly off the end of the bat and short of the warning track. It is Alonso to get it in the first 2 set down by Homer here in the Cubs opening inning.
Well, if you're a Cubs batter, you have to respect the fastball of Homer Bailey, regardless of what kind of hitter you are. Bailey's going to run it up there somewhere between 90, sometimes 94, 95. As the game goes on, he'll be pretty consistent around that 94-mile-an-hour mark. So occasionally, even a breaking ball that's down is a good pitch.
Bailey in his young career has really never had a start that's, I don't even think you'd call average against the Cubs. Going all the way back to his first year in the major leagues, gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3 innings. There's a 2-out single by Ramirez. Pitched against him once in 09. 5 1/3, 3 runs. Maybe that's average. Once last year in the first week of the season, same story, 5 innings, 3 runs. A couple of times last year, about the same. One very ugly start where he gave up 7. And then we mentioned the start earlier this year, 6 innings, 4 runs.
But I think if you're Homer Bailey and you're pitching against a club like this club, which is a fastball hitting team, this is a challenge for you, especially here at the end of the year. You want to finish on the strongest note that you possibly can, finishing up the season. And there is no reason for him not to be sharp in the ballgame. I mean, he pitched awfully well in his last time out. He looks awfully sharp here early. It's just a matter of making pitches and executing.
This has already been, even with a trip on the disabled list, this has already been the best year in the young career of Homer Bailey, who just turned 25. Tonight, his 20th start. That ties his career high set in 09. He's already tied his career high with 8 wins, set that same year, and has established a new career high in innings pitched. He should get a new career high in strikeouts.
Well, I think the thing for Homer, Tom, is he's learning how to use his fastball in different places instead of just rearing back and seeing how hard he can throw it. You saw him get the high fastball and the out on Starlin Castro and get him to pop it up to second baseman Brandon Phillips, and he got a strike earlier to this guy. But the key for Homer is knowing when to do it and when to put it right on the outside corner. When do you elevate? When do you change the eye level? When do you throw it for a strike?
Shift put on defensively by the Reds for the left-handed batting Carlos Pena, and the 2-2 misses low. So Bailey was ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and now the count goes full. With that in mind, Votto will back up behind Ramirez, who gets started with the payoff pitch. Straightaway center field, hit pretty well, and it's 2-0 Chicago. That is all the way up at the top of the Pilot House in straightaway center field.
Wow. That went over the CBTS sign in dead center field on the riverboat.
That barely made it.
This guy can hit a fastball and he can hit it out over the plate anytime, anywhere. He comes to the plate to do that right there.
28 of them on the year for Pena. That gives him 79 runs batted in. So 2-0 Cubbies, and all coming down the pike after 2 are out with nobody on. Ball 1 to Brian LaHair.
And this is why Bailey has had trouble facing the Cubs, because of the stubbornness with the fastball. You have to be able to throw something else besides a number 1 for a strike.
Bailey's been very stingy in the opening inning. In his prior 19 starts, that 2-run home run right there, allowing just 4 runs total in the opening frame this year. That's something that, of course, plagues so many of his other members inside the Red starting rotation through the first, half of this year. Falling behind early. Three and 2 on LaHair. Sort of hard to believe that the Cubs come rolling in here in a distant 4th in the National League Central Division. They have a young man who grew up in Springboro, Ohio, and Tony Campana. There's a base hit in the center field, who by all accounts has played very, very well for this Cub team when he's been given a chance to play since being brought up to the major leagues. They come in for a 4-game series, and Campana does not get 1 start in his hometown. That is rather shocking.
You and I both agree that that's not how you do it. And I don't know what Mike Quaddy, who makes out the lineup, what his issue is with Campana. But obviously he is the manager.
There's another blast into left center field, and Stubbs will watch this one fly. 4 straight batters reach after the first 2 are out, and Bailey's behind 4-0.
Well, they're all fastballs that are being hit hard, and that's the reason he has a difficult time with his Cubs team. They hit the fastball. And when you can't throw anything else over the plate for a strike, well, guess what? That's what they're going to do.
Marlon Byrd now with 8 home runs on the year. 7th man to bat in the inning is Tyler Colvin. Colvin checks in at 157. Well, you know, just to tie a ribbon around that Campana story, I mean, you know, look, Colvin's had a rough year. He was once a highly touted young prospect. They thought he might be a good player. But Campana started 21 games in the month of August, hit well over 300. He has the 2nd most stolen bases on the team. He's only been thrown out 1 time.
He's a fire starter. I mean, he creates absolute pandemonium in the top of the order. And the way that Starlin Castro is swinging the bat, can you imagine having Campana first and Castro second or third?
Swing and a miss. Colvin out of there, and that will retire the side. Single homer, all after 2 are out, and Homer down 4-0. Brandon Phillips, Drew Stubbs, Joey Votto. Yonder Alonso, as Cowboy mentioned, in the cleanup spot. Chris Heisey in right. Todd Frazier down at third. A ladder third of Ryan Hannigan, Paul Janisch, and Homer Bailey. Against a right-hander who a couple of years ago looked like he might have a pretty doggone good major league career. He's not been the same pitcher since. Right-hander Randy Wells.
Now, Randy Wells is a sinker ball pitcher. And when you don't use your sinker, you have a tough time getting outs consistently.
See, Wells has come on since the beginning of August. He's been by far and away more effective than he had been up through the first 4 months of this season. And here's strike one to Brandon.
And I think a lot of that is Mark Riggins, the pitching coach for the Cubs, eliminating a lot of the outside influences on Randy Wells and pretty much making him stick with sinker slider, because that's where his money's at. It's not made on curveballs and changeups and split fingers and all the rest of the stuff that he was trying to make up.
Down the right field line, and plenty of room out there for Colvin. One out. The Cubs on defense, presented by Ford. Third flanked by LaHair and Colvin. Castro and Barney up the middle. Ramirez and Pena on the corners with a battery of Wells and Coy Hill. Bruce Tubbs at 246, 15 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Deep in the hole at short. Castro will let it fly. Very, very close, and Stubbs just does beat it. That gives you an idea what kind of arm Castro has. I'm not sure there's another shortstop in the league that makes it even that close at first base.
Well, Starlin Castro had a play like this earlier in this series that was just out of the reach of Ramirez, and he came up with an awfully strong throw, and basically the same result happened. It was a bang bang play, and it went in the favor of Drew Stubbs. But you're right, who else can make that play?
What's amazing to me, it was that close, because I mean, we have seen Stubbs, once that ball gets by the third baseman,
they just eat it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no chance, and he's already by the bag if they bother to throw by about 3 or 4 steps.
And I think Castro is still remarking to Ramirez about how fast Stubbs got down that line.
2-0 to Joey Votto at 318, 28 home runs, 5 RBI shy of another 100-run batted in season. Runner goes, and it's off the end of the bat, a sinking liner that falls in front of a sliding LaHair. Stubbs had to make sure it wasn't going to be caught. So the Reds have it at first and second with nobody out for Yonder Alonso. 1 out, I beg your pardon.
Looked like he hit it off the end of the bat. A sinking fastball away from Votto. If the ball goes by LaHair on the bounce, Stubbs scores. But if he makes the catch and Stubbs continues to run, that's a double play easily.
So now Yonder Alonso at 386. 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in. He had both of his hits in this series. In the second game of this series, walked and scored a run in the opener. Strike one.
Coy Hill is awfully good back there behind the plate, keeping the ball in front of him. Doesn't quite throw it like he did when he was a rookie coming back, but he keeps the ball in front of him.
Two on, 1 out, 1-1 on Alonso, and a swing and a miss, but he gets away from Hill this time, and both runners will advance. Stubbs on to third and Votto to second.
Looks like a changeup. He just turns it over, and that ball lands right on the corner of the back of the plate. And you can see the disgust in the face of Yonder Alonso. He got fooled badly there.
Very good numbers for Yonder with runners in scoring position. Wells comes right back with the same pitch, but this time Alonso does not chase it, and that'll even the count.
Totally different approach by Alonso when he gets 2 strikes. He shortens up, lets the ball get deep into the strike zone.
Chris Heisey waiting in the on-deck circle. Heisey getting his 2nd straight start in this series. Last night was retired his first 2 times. Had a single and a home run thereafter. Fooled him.
Another
2 outs in the inning.
Another changeup down in the dirt. 3 in a row. Turns it right over and drops it right in the same spot that he got Alonso for strike 2. Alonso will have to learn when you've got 2 outs and a base open at first base and you're a left-handed hitter with a righty on deck. They're not going to give you a fastball, son. Actually, it was 1 out at that point, but they would have played for the double play.
Our Farmers Insurance report card on Chris Heisey. The best on the team in terms of at-bats per home run ratio. Mentioned he hit number 16 here last night. And really the most logical comparison as far as the numbers are concerned is when you stack up Heisey with Drew Stubbs, because their power numbers are almost identical. Stubbs this year 15 homers, 42 knocked in. Heisey 16 homers, 44 knocked in. But Heisey only has 240 at bats. Stubbs has 570.
Pretty good breaking ball there from Randy Wells on a 2-0 pitch. But that's the kind of swing you're supposed to have at 2-0.
Two and one now to Heisey. Stubbs and Votto aboard. And it's 3-1 with Todd Frazier waiting. Well, he threw you a breaking ball 2-0. Does he come back with a breaking ball 3-1?
Of course. It's either that or the changeup, one or the other. Guess I'm wrong. High fastball.
Good location on that fastball. Up and in.
He definitely wasn't giving him a pitch to hit. After you get away with that, you can pretty much do anything you want now. You go down and in, down and away, a breaking ball.
Got him swinging, and that'll end the inning. So the Reds miss a chance with 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Wells fanning Alonso and then Heisey to retire the side. Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. 172 long ones this year for the Reds. That's 19th most in franchise history. And you look in the last 20 years alone, half of the best home run hitting total seasons have been chalked up by the Reds, including 5 of the top 7. And of course, that club in 2005, the pace setter in a homer-friendly ballpark indeed. That's why it's so interesting that Jay Bruce, the Reds' leading home run hitter, has more home runs on the road than he does at home.
Well, it's much more difficult to hit a home run when you're trying to hit a home run than it is when you're just trying to put the ball in play and just let your natural talent take over.
See Jay down there hanging out with Edgar Renteria. That's a good guy to sit next to on the bench. Reds have a number of those guys, and you heard Ramon Hernandez talking about it during the post-game interview last night with Jeff McCloro. There's strike 3 to Corey Hill. And you and I were both very impressed with that interview that Jeff had with Hernandez, and talking about,
I was very impressed.
You know, their responsibility of veterans, they being him and Renteria and Cairo, among others, to try and share some of their baseball knowledge with many of these young players the Reds have up and down their bench after the September call-ups.
Well, the thing that was the greatest point that he made to me anyway was that he didn't get it when he was coming up. Nobody told him what to do or how to prepare or what exactly to do to get ready for a game. And yet he recognized that that's a need that needs to be filled. And he's taking that time to do it.
Check swing pop up by Wells, 2 away.
Whether it be on the bench during the game, whether it be in the locker room before the game or after the game, whether it be on the airplane when you're flying from city to city. I think a lot of fans don't realize how much time the baseball team spends together. You spend more time with the 25-man roster and the coaches than you do with your own family during the season. Probably twice as much time.
Good effort there by Giannis, but not much you can do. Castro legs it out for an infield hit.
Fastball right over the heart of the plate, and Castro smokes it into the hole. I think the grass was a little bit damp there and kept Giannis sliding.
Well, we had a little rain last night, and the temperatures, while it was just a beautiful day, it was a very much beautiful fall day. Temperatures really never getting much higher than 70 degrees today, and a lot of folks bundled up for the ball game tonight. First time we've broken out the ski caps this year. Although we understand the rest of this weekend is going to be just spectacular. Brewers are going to be in town. That's foul ball. And the next 4 days anyway, nothing but sunshine. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s.
Well, we've had some great weather, Tom. We had great weather in Colorado, and there has not been a day here on this homestand thus far that has not been just phenomenal for baseball. See, that's the pitch there at 0-1. You got to get it on the corner for a strike. You got to make this guy hit that breaking ball.
Big series starting tonight in Boston. They're underway in the second inning. The Rays and the Red Sox. 4 games separating those two teams in the American League wild card race. Boston the leader by 4 over the Rays. And really, that's a series that Tampa Bay needs to go in there and win 3.
Yes, if they want to stay in the playoff hunt.
Obviously, you split. You know, you've chopped 4 games off the schedule. You'll be down to the final week and a half, and you'd be 4 out. Certainly not insurmountable, but far more difficult than, say, you roll in there to Fenway, you win 3 out of 4, and now you're 2 back with a week and a half to go. Big difference.
Well, you just run out of time.
That's right.
I mean, in this situation, everything is a must-win.
Runner going, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. Those two teams will not meet again after the 4-game weekend series in Boston. Tampa Bay certainly has a tougher road to hoe. They've got 2 more series left with the New York Yankees.
The only issue that you have in that situation is if the Yankees have things locked up as far as who they are anticipating playing in the playoffs, have their playoff spot locked up. That may be a point in time there in those last 3 ball games where they may get some guys some playing time that have been on the bench, give some regulars a day off or 2. And Atlanta runs into the same position in the National League side against Philadelphia there in those last 3 games because they finish in Philadelphia.
Well, the Phillies obviously have already clinched a playoff spot for the 5th consecutive year. That ball hit hard.
Another
a good shot by Yonder Alonso. It's a pretty nice play out there by Yonder.
Very nice play.
Tell you, he's looked a little better and better. Ohio.com. Elder will take on Cleveland St. Ed at 7. Columbus Grove takes on, let's hear it, Cowboy, Lima.
CC.
Thank you. 7:30. That's FoxSportsOhio.com. The Prep Zone presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Cubs lead 4-0. Reds bat in the bottom of the 2nd inning against Randy Wells and a strike 1 to Todd Frazier. In the air to Marlon Byrd, and that's out number 1 here in the Cincinnati second inning. Well, if you're hitting the road, you can take the Reds with you. They have one more road trip left. MLB.TV, it's baseball everywhere. Now Ryan Hannigan with 1 out of nobody on. Hannigan at 270. He's come on strong here the second half of this year.
Really has, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Ramon Hernandez had an injury issue, and it gave Hannigan a chance to get some rhythm at the plate, and he responded by hitting the ball awfully well. Platooning is good in some sense of the word because you get some rest, especially as a catcher, but you don't want to come out of the game when you build up that rhythm and you really start to feel good swinging the bat. That's the time when the coach says, "Well, today's not your day, son," and you just really don't want to be out of the lineup.
2-1 to Ryan. Takes low ball 3. I mean, case in point, the last 14 starts that Hannigan has had, and obviously those have become, more infrequent since Devin Mesoraco arrived. But in those last 14 starts, Hannigan's hit 400. He has 20 hits in his last 50 at bats, with 3 homers and 10 knocked in. This ball driven into deep left center. But enough room out there for Marlon Byrd. 2 out.
One of the longest parts of the ballpark, right there in front of the gate of the Reds bullpen. Hit it right on the nose. Oh.
Two down for Paul Yash. Paul at 206. 21 runs batted in. High bouncer. It'll take a second hop for Castro, and plenty of arm to still throw him out. And the Reds are gone 1-2-3. We march on to the third inning with the Cubs in front 4-0.
What's best. Like I said, he's going to skip a start, so you at least got 9 or possibly 10 days in between, and we'll see. You know, just depends how he feels. You know, so if he feels okay, then possibly. Keyword is possibly. And if he doesn't, then it's definitely not.
So a Geico direct quote from manager Dusty Baker after the game about Johnny Cueto, and we know for sure he's going to miss at least one start, Cowboy, and then we'll just kind of wait and see what happens.
Well, I don't think you ever mortgage the future on a young man like Johnny Cueto that's going to be around here for a long time. The Reds have invested a whole lot of money in them.
Well, a missed play over in the Cubs television booth by our old buddy Bob Brenly.
He always had bricks for hands.
That's your old battery mate you're talking about now.
I know. And when I would throw it up there, he had to knock it down, pick it up, and throw it back to me. All right, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu. Inspired solutions, better results. JTM.
There he is, the pride of Coshocton, Ohio. Coshocton High School, Ohio University.
He was so good at knocking the ball down behind the plate, they put him at third just to keep his bat in the lineup and said, Bob, look, just let it hit you in the chest, pick it up, and throw it to first.
Bob was voted to the all-time San Francisco Giants team by the fans out in the Bay Area as the catcher since they moved to San Francisco. Waited a number of years in the minor leagues before he made it to the big leagues, and when he got to the major leagues, he made the all-star team his first year, where they played that game in Candlestick Park. One of the great stories he tells about that game was warming up Dwight Gooden, a 19-year-old rookie. And Gooden was getting loose in the bullpen. The phone rang and said, tell Doc he's coming in for the next batter. And Brenly said the next three fastballs that came out of his hand he never saw. He said they had to be 115 miles per hour. But the best Bob Brenly story that he tells is making his major league debut at Riverfront Stadium in his home state of Ohio. Mentioned he grew up in Coshocton. Said in the very first inning, George Foster came to the plate. Can't remember who the pitcher was, but Brenly called for a changeup. The pitch was down and away to Foster, about shin high, 3 inches off the outside corner. And George Foster hit it into the red seats, the upper deck in left field. And Brenly said as he watched that ball travel to the upper deck, he asked himself the question, what in the world am I doing here?
Yeah, I remember my debut at Riverfront as well.
Indeed you do.
I was in that same Giants uniform. We were winning 10-0 when I came in the game. When the game was over, it was 10-9. And I got sent down on the way to the airplane.
Oh, man. You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
You walked the bases loaded or something, right? Is that what you did?
I just remember getting crushed. My childhood favorite team, and here I was pitching against them, and they lit me up like firecrackers.
It's happened to a lot of great ones. There's ball 4. So the Cub third inning starts with a hit and a walk.
Well, both of these batters, Ramirez and Pena, hit the ball hard their first time up. And instead of Homer going at them with breaking balls and off-speed pitches for strikes, he's throwing those same pitches, and they're the right pitches to throw, but they're in the wrong spot. He's throwing them out of the strike zone and wanting them to chase it. That doesn't happen up here very often. Not to big league hitters, to guys that have been around the game for a long time, like Ramirez and Pena. They know when it comes out of your hand pretty much whether it's going to be a strike or not. Now this guy might swing at it. as he did on that pitch. And that's a breaking ball that probably when he made contact with it, it was over the plate. But had he taken the pitch, it would have ended up being a ball inside.
Won the count on Brian LaHare. He singled and scored on the Marlon Byrd home run. Homer Bailey retired the first 2 batters of the night, taking care of Castro and Barney. That allowed a single to Ramirez, a long home run to Pena, a single to this guy LaHare, and then a long home run by Marlon Byrd. And that's where we stand here in the top of the 3rd inning, 2 on and nobody out. And it's in the dirt. That'll be a wild pitch on Bailey, and the runners advance. Ramirez on to 3rd and Pena to 2nd base.
Split finger that bounces in front of home plate and all the way to the backstop. Now this is the type of game that we showed you back when we started, when we gave you the splits of quality starts and non-quality starts, and they're already on the telephone. If all you can throw is a fastball for a strike in a ball game, you're not going to last very long at all. And we saw Homer at the beginning of this game. The first 2 batters he faced, Castro and Barney, he was right on. But as soon as Ramirez got the single and Pena hit the ball out of the ballpark, he has not been the same pitcher whatsoever.
3-2 now on LaHare.
The mindset when you're throwing a split finger or a changeup or a breaking ball is the same as with a fastball. I'm going to challenge the hitter to hit this pitch. Not that I'm going to challenge the hitter to miss it as I bounce it up there.
3-2, runners at 2nd and 3rd and none out. And there's ball 4 to load him up. Single walk and a walk here in the inning. And that'll bring up Marlon Byrd. That'll also bring a trip to the mound from Reds pitching coach Brian Price.
Carlos Fisher getting loose down in the bullpen. And all you can do if you're Brian Price there is encourage your guy as much as you possibly can to challenge the folks that step to the plate.
Marlon Byrd clubbed his 8th home run of the year, his first time up tonight, and he looks at ball 1. Line drive, and what a play by Brandon.
How many times have you said that this year?
A lot. A lot.
I know that I have.
I don't know if I've said it more about one single player in one single year in 24 years of having the honor of broadcasting baseball. I don't know if any one year there's ever been one player where you said that line more than we have, all of us collectively.
Right. That's what I was going to say, because I know that I've said it a lot, and I know that I've heard your dad say it. I know that Jim Kelch has said it more probably this year than he's ever said it. And it's about that guy.
And he's always doing it with a smile.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about that. He enjoys what he does. And that's one of the reasons that he is such a great player, is he knows when to turn the dial up without adding extra pressure to himself. And those are the great players. They have fun playing the game, and they love the challenge of beating another great player. That's what he loves doing. The Albert Pujols of the game, the Alex Rodriguez's, the Joey Vottos, the Batista. I mean, that's what you want. You want to face the best so you can be the best.
There's a big strikeout for Bailey to pick up the second out of the inning. Second time he's fanned Colvin in the game. So now an out away, and he's facing the number 8 hitter in the Cub lineup, Coy Hill, who Bailey struck out his first time up from getting out of his bases loaded, nobody out jam. Breaking ball, strike one.
That's the kind of breaking ball he needs to throw right there. This is a money pitch right here. There's not a hitter in the land that's looking for that.
Came back with another one to get ahead 0-2.
And now he can throw that high fastball, and they'll swing right through it because it'll be in the mitt by the time they get the bat off their shoulder.
Bailey ahead of Coy Hill at 0-2. Ran that fastball up and in on it. The inning began with a single by Ramirez and a walk to Pena. A wild pitch, advance runners on to second and third. Brian LaHare walked to load him up. But a great play by Brandon Phillips on a liner off the bat of Bird, a strikeout of Colvin. And now a pitch away from getting out of this inning unscathed. It's a big pitch in this at bat right here. I mean, you wonder if Bailey would have the confidence on 3-2 to throw that breaking ball again. The 2-2 pitch, we generally call it the action pitch in the at bat. This is where it's got to happen, right here and right now. And there it is to end the inning. What a nice job by Bailey.
Good comeback.
Bases loaded, nobody out, nobody scores. We're going to chat with Phil Castellini about a big weekend of Reds baseball when we come back. It'll be Johnny Bench night. Join the Reds in honoring their legendary Hall of Fame catcher with the unveiling of the bronze statue outside of the Reds Hall of Fame. That will take place at 5 o'clock Saturday. And then we'll have a special pregame ceremony beginning at 6:30. A lot of former teammates of Johnny Bench from the Big Red Machine will be here. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/bench night. That will be Saturday night. And a pleasure to be joined by the Chief Operating Officer of the Cincinnati Reds, Phil Castellini. And Phil, will talk about that night in a minute. Tomorrow night, the Reds will be opening a series against the Milwaukee Brewers. And I don't know if we started it last year or the year before with Toyota, where different fire departments come down and they have a chance to win a brand new Toyota Tundra for their department. Well, that's going to happen tomorrow night.
Right. It's been an interesting evolution in that we started with the Tundra up there. You had to hit the physical truck. It's pretty far away. So after that first year, we figured out that that might be a mathematical impossibility. So we added the sign between the stacks. And if they hit the sign, somebody wins the truck. A couple of balls have gone over the sign. Nobody's hit it. So last year, Toyota, the dealers of Northern Kentucky and Cincinnati, did a really cool thing to auction it off to one of the firehouses in Greater Cincinnati. So it's 8. Last year was 8. The 6 locations of the dealerships in Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky. They added Blue Ash because of the headquarters and of Toyota locally, and then of course City of Cincinnati as well. So they're doing the same thing this year with the police stations in the same 8 areas as I just mentioned. So it's a pretty cool thing that the dealers are doing, because at the end of the day, they've got insurance to give it away for hitting the sign. They're just giving it away to these guys. It's over $30,000 value, and the fact that they're donating that to fire last year, police this year, pretty cool move on the part of Toyota.
No insurance on the gift, right?
No, sir.
And of course, in this day and age, and we read about it all the time, and whether it be in the city, whether it be in the county, whether it be in different municipalities, and some of these are outside of Hamilton County. I mean, maybe now more than ever, with all the spending cuts and so forth. That one is hammered into straightaway center field, and Brandon Phillips has homered for the 4th time in this series.
Yeah. Am I allowed to cheer when I'm up there?
Of course you're allowed to cheer.
I do.
We got the lid off it now. Let's get going. You know, quickly, Tom, I'll tell you a funny story. When we first talked about getting a car on display here, there's a couple different areas that we looked at, one of which was out on that grassy knoll. And, you know, there's no such thing as a bad idea except a really, really bad idea.
Right.
And Doug Gallen, our ground crew guys, just listen to me, you know, paint this picture of all these wild ideas, and he's just shaking his head at me. I'm like, what? He's like, well, Phil, that's a great idea, except it'll last about 1 batting practice. It'll be the equivalent of the guy in the cage golf cart out there on the driving range.
That's right.
So I said, okay, well, how about on the top of that elevator shaft then? Let's do that.
Hail-damaged Tundra for sale.
So that'll be the bar night. I know Dusty's going to be a part of that on-field ceremony. They'll be here from, what, Union Township, across the river over in Grant County Sheriff's Department, Florence, go up north into Fairfield, Coleraine, Warren County, and you talked about Blue Ash and the City of Cincinnati Police Department. So we thank our friends from Toyota for that. I told you, or asked you, if you heard the interview when I was driving into the ballpark today with Mo Eggers. He had Johnny Bench on. And, you know, for those of us that have known Johnny Bench for a long time, when you get to know him, he is really a fun guy to be around. And, of course, is, you know, the greatest catcher in the history of baseball. He's in the Hall of Fame. His numbers retired, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, being humble at times has not been necessarily his strong suit. And he knows I say that tongue-in-cheek.
Right.
But I got to tell you, it is amazing how humble he is and excited he is. Listening to that interview for this night on Saturday night, he said, you know, you flip a coin between this and actually going into baseball's Hall of Fame, and that's saying something.
Well, I tell you what, I didn't hear Mo's interview, but I was blessed to be in the room earlier this year when he did a presentation to a small group in our Hall of Fame theater when we opened the exhibit. And it was the same thing. I mean, almost getting choked up and that kind of thing. And, you know, he's truly, truly humbled by not only the exhibit, but now a permanent statue in the ballpark. We've got plans to blow out the backside of that breezeway as well. So the iconic view that you're going to have as you look down that street that goes right through the middle of the Banks Project, Freedom Way, that terminates at the Hall of Fame, and to have that statue there is really going to be special, and I think he feels the same way. He'd love us to see a campaign to honor other guys, and I know he's going to help us in those regards, but to have him be the first one of our, kind of this new statue set is a really neat thing, and I talked to him today. He's excited about coming into town, and it's special to see a guy like Johnny get as excited as he is about this weekend.
When you stop and you think about it, and I mean, there really aren't a lot of them out there. I was just in St. Louis over the weekend, and of course they have a number of statues grouped together there on the corner of Busch Stadium from some of their great players through the years. To think what it must mean for a person to have a statue
that's forever
outside of the ballpark. I mean, to hear Johnny talk about it today, he's like, look, my kids never got to see me play, my boys. He said, but when I think about my kids 30, 40, 50 years from now, bringing their kids, and that statue's going to be there.
Pretty cool.
It's really cool.
Not only that, but to get to see that statue and be here for an unveiling. Let's face it, there's a lot of statues of guys that are no longer with us that never got to experience it while they were alive. They did the statue after the guy had passed. So I think that makes it another a special element to the weekend that I think Johnny's appreciative of, the fact that he can be a part of it. It's going to be cool.
Big time.
Yeah, look no further, in fact, than the number the Cubs are wearing on their jerseys, number 10, Ron Santo. He passed away over the winter. They just unveiled his statue a month ago.
Yeah, and I remember, as you do, Tom and Cowboy, we honored Joe Nuxall with the street naming, and the fact that we were able to do that when he was still with us. It wasn't much longer, as you know, that he wasn't, and so that kind of thing is very special for these guys that give a career like both of those guys have to a franchise in the city of Cincinnati. We're proud of Johnny and his accomplishments, and I think this is going to be a really special weekend.
Great honor.
Thanks for coming up, big man.
Okay, guys.
See you later. Pro Castellini, kind enough to join us. A home run in the inning by Brandon, a 4-1 ball game. Is loaded, nobody out, jam in the third. Brandon Phillips clubs a solo home run, and that's where we stand as we begin the fourth. Randy Wells, a pop-up his first time up to Joey Votto. Tampa Bay has jumped out to a 4-0 lead in the third inning at Boston. Although the Red Sox threatening in the bottom of that third inning with runners at second and third and only one out. 2-2 to Randy Wells. near foul territory, and Votto will run out of room. It remains at 2-2 on Wells. Boy, Homer just can't put this guy away. Bailey already up to 73 pitches, and here we are, the first batter in the fourth inning. He had to really work to get through that third. And this time it's playable into shallow right field. One out.
Reds Baseball is brought to you by JTM Food Group, proudly serving America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group, by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Powerade Ion 4. Focus, hustle, hydrate, believe.
Cowboy, that's at Montgomery in, what do you call it?
Barbecue.
Liner caught by Votto. Off the bat of Starlin Castro, and they're 2 away in the inning. Castro barbecued that ball, but Votto able to get it. Much like yourself when barbecue is around, he gobbled it up. Darwin Barney has fly to left. He is lined out to left. Bailey looking for a 1-2-3 inning. It would be his first of the night. That is a foul ball, and it's 0-2 to the Cubs second baseman. Reds and the Milwaukee Brewers tomorrow night. That'll be the opener of that 3-game weekend series, a final weekend here at Great American Ballpark in 2011. That Brew Crew lead, you know, all of a sudden I almost wonder if they're feeling just a little bit of pressure, Cowboy. I mean, that lead was sitting at about 10.5, 11 a week and a half ago. Their lead over the Cardinals is 5.5 games. Now, the Reds all of a sudden take it to Milwaukee here for the next 3 days.
And the Reds have done that quite regularly.
Yes, they have. Swing and a miss, and that'll end the inning. We'll get into that a little bit as we roll on. Bottom of the fourth inning, and the Reds are down by 3. Toyota signed during our game tonight. Dan Boone of Walton, Kentucky, who currently drives a 2002 Camry, will win that beautiful new Tundra we were talking about a little while ago. Display each and every day here at Great American Ballpark, so good luck. First pitch swinging, Yonder Alonso, a one-hopper to Castro. And that's our first out here in the Reds' fourth inning, with the Cubs leading 4-1. Our AT&T trivia question for tonight. Speaking of Starlin Castro, since 1940, what three players have collected at least 200 hits at 21 years old or younger? That's in either league. And of course, Starlin Castro
knocking at the door,
leading the National League in hits so far this year, trying to become the youngest National Leaguer to do it. Told you there have been three players in the American League that have led their league in hits. Castro going into play tonight, and he does have one infield hit in the game. 193 hits. And Heisey launches one into left field. And how about that? We talked about it early on, and he's tacked on another one. That is 17 home runs and 45 runs batted in a little over a third of the year if you're playing every day.
Well, he was the Reds minor league player of the year and sat on the bench most of the year. Wonder what he could have done if he'd have been playing.
Of course, by the time the Reds had made the decision they were going to let Heisey start to play every day, that's when he got hurt and strained that oblique muscle, and it put him on the disabled list for quite a while. But since coming back, Dusty Baker was commenting to the beat writers how impressed he has been with the play of Heisey.
Yeah, but that decision was made when they signed Johnny Gomes during the offseason.
Now, boy, I got to tell you, I am very impressed that you have not turned around to, of all the televisions we have in this booth, to every now and again turn around and take a peek at what's going on, maybe during a commercial break. Well, you got it on your phone dialed in.
No, I have my WIFE.
Talking about your alma mater. They are playing a big-time college football game tonight. Mississippi State at home, taking on the third-ranked team in the land, the Bayou Bengals from LSU.
Yeah.
That's a big league game.
That is a big league game. They should have won a big league game last week.
Yeah, they should have.
Only pushed the ball across the line instead of driving it down into the dirt.
Ground ball to Frazier, and there are 2 outs in the inning. That was that heartbreaking loss at Auburn. So you had me fooled. So what is Ashley like texting you every big third down and maybe every first down when they move the chains down there?
Whatever it takes.
All right. I got you. Strike one in there to Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan hit the ball very hard, but to the deepest part of this ballpark in deep left center field that Marlon Byrd caught. right at the base of the wall. That looked like the play you were talking about near the goal line the other night.
Yeah, that ball right there. Held on to that changeup just a bit too long.
Two and one now on Ryan Hannigan. Reds down by 2. They once trailed by 4, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See, that was a breaking ball there at 2-1. Didn't have a whole lot of break to it, just enough to get it over the plate for a strike. But no hitter wants to swing at that at 2-1. They're just, as soon as they see the spin on the ball, they stop. But you got to be able to throw it over the plate.
Roller foul, and it remains 2-2 on Hannigan. And Wells rocks and delivers. Breaking ball this time. Hannigan does not chase it. The count goes full on Hannigan. Paul Yanish waits on deck. Cubs got 2-run home runs in the first inning from Carlos Pena and Marlon Byrd. Reds have gotten solo shots in each of the last 2 innings. One by Brandon Phillips, the other by Chris Heisey in this 4th. And now the payoff pitch. In the air and playable for Pena. In foul ground. But Chris Heisey has homered now in back-to-back starts. He has 17 home runs this year. 4-2 game at the end of 4. Cheer on the Redlegs this Saturday at Great American Ballpark. They'll take on the Brewers. Boy, and what a big night. Johnny Bench night. And the first 40,000 fans through the gates receive an exclusive 2011 team photo. Thanks to our buddy Orville Redenbacher. Cowboy, you in that team photo?
Are you kidding?
You never know. You're the Cowboy. You know what they should have in a team photo? They ought to, do the regular photo and then do another one with you sitting there like on the end on a horse.
I don't get in the photo. Your dad's in the photo, but I'm not.
Wow, he's in the team photo?
He's in the team photo.
That's nice. It's our last game together, working together this year over here on the television side, and
it is. It's a shame.
And I got to tell you, I'm a little bit hurt as it's 1-0 to Aramis Ramirez to begin this 5th inning. Cubs leading 4-2. That after I brought up of a way to you to get a little more involved down in Jackson, in your community, in your hometown, and maybe on a Sunday night do a special weather spot. The way you were talking about the weather last night, and you're not giving me a lot of feedback on that idea.
You were making fun of me, so that
I was not making fun of you.
Yeah, you were, and that hurt my feelings, and my feelings are already hurt anyway. So that hurt them even worse.
I mean, I thought everybody here in the booth felt like it was a
joke.
No, a pretty original idea.
I think they thought it was a joke.
No, I wasn't joking. I was being serious. I think it would be very cool.
Why don't you ride a mule to the ballpark tomorrow?
Well, I mean, if I had one around, I'd do it. I'm not coming to work tomorrow, though.
I'll bring you one.
There's ball 4 to Aramis Ramirez.
Because if we can go right across the river here and get us a nice brand new mule for you to.
You know what? I'll make you a deal to show you what kind of guy I am. I will take you up on that next year. If you line up a mule, I will be happy to ride that mule
to the ballpark,
across the bridge and ride it into the ballpark.
That'd be great. Be a pregame feature.
Count me in.
All right.
You get it lined up, and I'll be there.
Book it. You're going to have to take out insurance in case you fall off.
Well, then I better get a little insurance lined up.
There you go. They got plenty here. Great American.
Yes, they do. There's strike 1 to Carlos Pena. Well, that was the last thing in the world was my intention if I did indeed hurt your feelings.
I'll be all right.
Well, I know you'll be all right, but I mean, that would be the last thing in the world that I was actually doing.
I know. But it's okay.
A leadoff walk to Ramirez to begin this 5th inning, and there's Pena with that 2-run home run in the 1st inning, and then walked in the 3rd.
Just not big on the weather.
Well, the only thing that made me think of it last night is you were talking about the weather.
I was?
Yeah. That's what prompted the whole thing. We were talking about the weather a little bit.
But the change in the weather and how it affected Johnny's arm, maybe. We don't know if it did or not.
Pena lays off that fastball high, 1-2.
It's definitely colder here than it has been lately.
Pena knew a strike 3, and that's 6 of them in a game for Bailey. Time to answer now our AT&T trivia question. Since 1940, what 3 players have collected at least 200 hits at 21 years old or younger? And of course, the tie going back to 1959, the former Reds great Vada Pinson. A lot of people forget about Gary Templeton. What a great player he was when he broke in originally with San Diego.
Gary Templeton. I'd have never gotten that.
Well, I guess he originally broke in. I take that back. He originally broke in, if I'm not mistaken, with St. Louis, and then was traded in the Ozzie Smith deal. They're 2 of the very talented young shortstops in the game at that point in time. And Alex Rodriguez should come as no surprise.
Some guys do it early. Some guys do it late. This guy, Brian LaHare, 28 years old, PCL Player of the Year. I don't think he was happy with that swing. A little over his head.
Back-to-back strikeouts by Bailey. For those of you wondering, by the way, on that Gary Templeton thing, the 200 hits that he had in 1977 was as a St. Louis Cardinal. And he had 18 triples that year. Templeton did.
18?
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Center field, and the inning is over. Leadoff walk, 3 in a row set down thereafter. Middle of the 5th, the 4-2 game.
I invite you to join us 30 minutes before every game. It's Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Extensive interviews, features, everything you need to get you ready for the game here on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm in the press box tonight, sitting between Rob Butcher and Larry Herms, who pretty much run this press box here. So trying to keep them busy tonight. And guys, I want to talk about a ticket promotion as well tomorrow night. You talked about giving away that Toyota Tundra tomorrow night. It's also Reds Live Night, part of Ticket Tuesday. Sections 103 and 104. You can have a meet and greet with me and Jeff McCrow before the game tomorrow as Paul Janisch pops one up. And you can go to Reds.com/Ticket Tuesday and get $12 tickets. It's a $10 savings on each ticket. And we'll be sitting out there for a couple of innings and having some fun out in sections 103 and 104. Would love to see you guys come out tomorrow night, part of Reds Live Night. Let's go back to the Champion Windows broadcast booth as I keep Rob Butcher and Larry Herms in line.
All right, Jimbo, thank you very, very much. Looking forward to the weekend. Be a fun weekend of baseball here at Great American Ballpark. Homer Bailey bounced to third, his only time up. Homer allowed those 4 runs in the first inning. Got out of the bases loaded, nobody out jam into third. And has only allowed 1 base runner. That was that leadoff walk to Ramirez in the 5th inning since the 3rd. You know, Jim Day, before you get out of there, as Homer lifts one down the right field line that'll fall in for a base hit. If I remember correctly, it was a couple of weeks ago where Chris Welsh said that final Friday of the year he would be joining you.
Yes.
On So You're a Reds Fan before the game tomorrow night. Have you confirmed that to be the case?
Well, our producer Ken Weaver has emailed Chris Welsh, and I'm not sure if he's heard back from him. However, we have some questions prepared for Chris Welsh tomorrow night. And we are going to make him, if we have to drag him to the set, he will be on So You Think You're a Reds Fan tomorrow night. Book it.
All right. Well, I mean, he's the one that said it. So
yes.
You're right. He's the one that stepped out there on the limb and said, I'm going to come down there the final Friday night of the year.
And we are going to hold him to it.
Indeed. I'm sure he's watching right now. He might be cramming right now.
He should.
So he's got to answer all the questions.
Yes, they're going to be Chris Welsh geared questions, if you know what I mean. Circa 1980s. When he was looking like Tom Selleck.
Tom, come on. Tom Selleck. 2 balls and no strike.
Look it up.
He might have looked like a tired Tom Selleck.
Had that Tom Selleck mustache going on before he came to the Reds. Had the longer hair going on. Put some side-by-side pictures together. You'll see what I mean.
Did Tom Selleck have long hair?
Well, not long hair, but you know.
But you said long hair.
Well, yeah, I take that back. Not long hair as.
Well, I hope you have some pictures after all that buildup tomorrow night of Tom Selleck alongside Chris Welsh back in the 1980s.
Now the graphics department is cursing me. Who knows?
Well, there he is back in his Padres days.
Boy, those were some really good-looking uniforms.
And there's a strike to Brandon, who homered his last time up.
Well, if he homers here, he might have his away go.
Three and one on Brandon, and he hit it hard. Straight away center field, and that's over the head of Marlon Byrd. It hit his body to knock it straight down by his feet. If that thing bounces back toward the infield, Bailey easily scores. It's a double by Brandon.
You know, you got to wonder, somewhere along the line, is there a little bit of competition, at least friendly competition, between Joey Votto and Brandon Phillips when it comes down to the most doubles on the team?
Brandon Phillips is safe at second base. He's safe and secure. New York Life. Votto's got 36. Brandon now has 35. And now a big chance for Drew Stubbs, at the very minimum, to bring the Reds within a run. And you know, with that guy standing in the on-deck circle, Stubbs should get something good to hit during the course of this at bat.
The bottom line is what he chooses to swing at. I don't think he's going to get a first pitch fastball, partner.
Oh, he got a first pitch breaking ball, and he drops it foul off to the first base side.
Best thing you can learn as a pitcher in this situation is let the pressure be on the hitter. He's the one that's got to drive him in.
Drew now behind, 0 balls and 2 strikes. Lucky to get a piece of the bat on that ball right there.
He ran that one up and in. Well, that ball really wasn't that close. It looked like Stubbs leaned out over the plate looking for that slider out there.
Reds down 4-2, 1 out, runners at second and third. And again, Stubbs chasing that high fastball, but able to hang around. Well, it almost makes you wonder if Wells now 3 consecutive fastballs up and in if he's not looking to try and now go with something soft down and away from Stubbs.
What I would do. Ding, 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 ding.
But Drew didn't chase it.
No, he overthrew it. A lot of times when you're trying to make that strikeout pitch, you tend to put a little bit too much on it, and it bounces out in front of the plate, like you saw that changeup earlier that went all the way to the backstop. But we've seen him go back to back many times in this ball game with the same pitch.
All right, there's another fastball up. 2-2 to Stubbs.
I think that was more just to change the eye level. I think he's coming back with your pitch again right here. It's turned out to be a pretty good at bat.
Now you cap it off with a run batted in. Bailey with a 1-out single, went to third on a double by Brandon Phillips. And a base hit right now could tie this game at 4.
On the 8th pitch of the at bat.
It is a base hit. That's why we say could tie this game, because Phillips had to make sure Castro wasn't going to catch it, and a nice at bat indeed, capped off by an RBI, and it's a 1-run game.
Well, Wells went back to his strength, which is a sinking fastball. But when you throw a sinker, you have to start it out over the plate in order for it to end up a strike. Well, that ball started away and ran back right to middle in. Stubbs didn't hit it right on the sweep part of the bat, but he got enough of it to get it over Castro's head.
Now Joey Votto is single to left and popped up into shallow center field as a tying run at third base. Go ahead run at first. Only 1 out here in the 5th inning. At .392 batting average with runners in scoring position, #1 in the league by a long, long way. That .392 mark is nearly 50 points higher than Lance Berkman, who checks in second best in the league at .343. Two and 0. Stubbs with 37 stolen bases, has only been thrown out 9 times, but on a 2-0 pitch, you wonder if he will be running or whether you just let Votto take a big whack at it. Joey took a whack at it.
Threw him a changeup. Maybe that's why he was throwing over so much, because he knew he was going to throw him an off-speed pitch. you what, if he gets that up a little bit, Tom, that ball is going in the seats.
2-1 to Votto. They're on the corners. Reds down a run. And he came inside on him and missed 3-1. Well, he threw the changeup 2-0. Would he throw it 3-1?
Well, in this situation, if you're Wells, you have to treat second base as though it's a base open. I mean, you almost have to with Votto at the plate.
Stubbs not running, and it's ball 4 low.
It's your changeup.
And they're loaded for Yonder Alonso. And obviously that point you bring up there, Cowboy, I mean, let's face it, and you say the same thing regardless of what team it is. You know, you always pick 1 or 2 guys where you say that guy's not going to drive in the runs to beat my team. So it's not going to be Votto on this team. And if the next guy behind him knocks him in, then that's the way it goes. But it's not going to be Votto.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, it's the difference between facing Aramis Ramirez or facing Tyler Colvin, or whoever for that matter, on that club. Not going to let Aramis Ramirez beat me.
No, or even a team like the Brewers. I mean, you're not going to let Braun or Fielder kill you if you've got, Casey McGee. No disrespect to Casey McGee.
But you face the young guy. And the thing about it is, you remember back in the first inning when he was facing Alonso and he fed him those changeups, he was really jumping at it. And this is the time where you have to guard as a hitter and jumping at that pitch.
Down the road for 2, is struck out and grounded to short. There's a fastball that missed away. It even accounted a ball and a strike.
In this situation, you almost have to think as a young hitter up the middle or go the other way because of the fact that the guy has a good changeup on the mound, and he's already shown you that he can strike you out with it.
Brandon Phillips, the runner at third base. Drew Stubbs at second. Joey Votto on at first. 1 out in the inning. 1 run home in the inning, and the Reds down a run. Alonso did not like the call.
Looked like a slider inside. Right on the money. His slider just is not that traditional biting, sweeping slider. It just has a little bit of downward movement to keep it off the fat part of the bat. But it's enough off speed off the fastball to make you stop your swing.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Alonso. There's that changeup that he got Alonso to chase a couple of times in that at bat where he struck him out with a runner at third and 1 out in the first inning.
And that's when he threw him 3 in a row. He bounced one like that, threw another one on top of the plate, and then came back with it again.
And a long inning for Randy Wells, and there's still only 1 out. This will be his 28th pitch in this bottom of the 5th. Two. There it is again. Well, now with the bases loaded, the last time when he threw him 3 changeups in a row, he did have a base open. But now with the bases loaded, does he throw that 3-2 changeup one more time?
Well, I'll ask you this. Is he a gambler?
Well, the Cubs have Jeff Samardzija ready in their bullpen. This could be the final batter of the night either way for Randy Wells. 3-2. Threw him a changeup, and Alonso takes it to draw ball 4 and bring in a run.
Well, the first call from Coy Hill was a slider inside, and Wells shook that off. The next pitch that Coy Hill called was a slider inside. He shook that off. He shook all the way to the changeup, and it cost him the ball game.
That's all for Wells. The Reds have 5 men in a row reach base, the last 2 on walks. Our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen brings on the former Notre Dame star Samardzija, a 4-4 game. This Saturday, game time with Luke Fickell. At 11 a.m. previews of Buckeyes and the Hurricanes. And in Colorado State at 1:30. We'll wrap it up with number 8 Oklahoma State in Tulsa. Following Reds Live, college football Saturday, presented by Coors Light, starting at 11 a.m. on Fox Sports Ohio. Speaking of college football, well, this guy on the mound, he was one great wide receiver at Notre Dame, Jeff Samardzija. Picked baseball over football, could have played either one professionally.
Well, and you look at those numbers and you see why. They weren't that good in the beginning, but he is starting to learn quickly. Part of the reason that this young man has done so well out of the bullpen and may end up being the closer for this club next year is he has got that football mentality when he's on the mound. And that really allows you to take your talent and you challenge the guy that's standing at home plate. If more pitchers had that type of mentality, they would be much more successful. Not throwers, but pitchers. This guy's a pitcher. He'll throw you a breaking ball for a strike. He'll give you a split finger. But he'll also knock you in the dirt if he has to.
They're loaded for Heisey in a 4-4 game. There's that breaking ball you were talking about.
Now this is confidence here. Bases loaded. You started on the outside corner. You've already thrown him a fastball that started on the corner and came back to the plate. So you started on the corner and it goes away. Hitter can't tell the difference.
Heisey homered his last time up. They're loaded with 1 out. And knocked down off the foot, and that will allow the Reds to score the go-ahead run. And Heisey legs it out for an infield hit. Samardzija is just a reaction play. That might have been a double play had he not kicked it.
Well, he looked like he hit it off the end of the bat. I think you're right, Tom. That would have been a double play. Darwin Barney was right on top of second base as the ball went off with his foot. Now, you don't know how fast Barney would have gotten the ball at second base, but normally if you're standing on second where Barney was at, that's usually a double play. But as a pitcher, especially a young one like Samardzija, you just don't know when to let it go and when to try to catch it.
Well, the Reds have come all the way back from behind 4-0, and that was before they ever came to the plate for the first time in this game. They got a home run by Brandon Phillips in the 3rd, solo blast by Heisey in the 4th. And Homer starts what has been so far a 3-run rally here in the 5th with a 1-out single. 6 straight Reds have reached base since Giannis was retired on a pop-up to begin this bottom of the 5th. 0-2 to Frazier. Play there by Corey Hill. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For those who don't remember, Samardzija was there at Notre Dame as a football player when Brady Quinn was their quarterback. That was a team that played in a couple of BCS games. That's the last time Notre Dame has played after New Year's Day. And he just blew away Frazier. 2 outs in the inning.
Fastball. That is some serious movement right there. And you can see Frazier, he was trying to hit the ball the other way. And in doing so, it took away some of his bat speed and his aggressiveness.
So now they're loaded, 2 men out. And it's ball 1 to Ryan Hanigan.
The 9th batter of the inning, and you were talking earlier, Tom, about how well Hanigan has swung the bat. Boy, this would be a big time hit here if he could pull it off.
It really is amazing. You brought it up how far along Samardzija has come just in 1 year. You know, they were playing around with that game of the bullpen to the rotation to the bullpen. Spring training, put him back in the rotation, take him out of that hunt. That's midway through, put it back in the bullpen.
No good for anybody, especially a young pitcher.
But man, he looks like a totally different guy than the guy we saw in April and May. And he's going to take care of business here. So Samardzija comes in, allows an infield hit, retires the next 2, but the Reds come up with 3 to take a 5-4 lead. Al McCoy, you can get connected with Fox Sports Ohio Game Connect as well. It's all presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and safeauto.com. All right, Cowboy, all the way back from 4-0. So now Homer has a chance as he enters his top of the 6th inning with 93 pitches. And clearly the last couple of innings have been the best innings he's turned in all night long.
Well, they have been. It looks like he's starting to get a little life on the fastball. But the thing that you've got to understand now as a starting pitcher, that things have changed a little bit. You've got the lead now instead of pitching from behind, but you don't change anything you've been doing. You stay right in the groove and you pitch just like you were pitching before. Don't try to apply any more pressure to yourself just because you got a one-run lead now. You just keep doing your job.
Well, he's come out on Tyler Colvin and started him on back-to-back strikes. He's got 7, 8, and 9 in the Cub batting order here in this 6th inning. And he has retired this trio twice. And he strikes out Colvin on 3 pitches. Well, Colvin doesn't look like the same guy. It is unbelievable. I mean, the other way, comparing to what we were saying about Samardzija, it's gone the other way for that young man.
Well, I think being set down when things were going so well for him, it is just it's been tough, confidence-wise.
Take a look at the Honda standings around baseball and the wild card in the National League. We talked about that 5.5 game lead now for Milwaukee over the Cardinals. Milwaukee will be here tomorrow night. Arizona 7.5 better than the Giants. San Francisco picking up a game last night but beginning to run out of time. I think they only have 3 games against one another left. St. Louis 4.5 behind Atlanta for the wild card. Good play there. And Bailey is taking care of the first 2 hitters quickly here in the 6th.
Backdoor breaking ball. And boy, don't you love it when it finds your glove.
That's what we were talking about the other night.
I know. The ball gets on you so fast, it's not like you reach out there and you catch it. But it sure is nice when it catches you.
So that's why it's always cool on those rocket comebackers when the pitcher is not squared up to the plate like Rijo used to do all the time.
Yeah.
Throw his glove behind his back and just finds the glove. And pretty slick.
Yeah, I threw out my glove behind my back and it hit me in the dome.
Lou Martinez batting. 3rd time we have seen him in this series as a pinch hitter. All 5 Reds runs charged to the starter Randy Wells. Martinez batting for Samardzija, who goes 2/3, 1 hit, no runs.
I thought he went around on that pitch. They didn't even check it. Four consecutive breaking balls, good breaking balls, as a matter of fact, from Homer Bailey. He's got him in a 2-2 count now. Sam can hit the heater, we know that. A few other ones behind him as well. Nice job.
1, 2, 3, 6 for Homer Bailey. That's his 9th strikeout of the game. He is getting stronger and stronger as we move later into this one. Welcome back to the Coors Light 6th inning, and now it's time for the Coors Light Freeze Can. You know, Cowboy, when this series began, Brandon Phillips had 12 home runs.
Got a few more now.
He's hit 4 of them in the last 3 games of this, or in this series.
It's amazing how when you make a priority and you put a goal on something, even in the last couple of weeks of the season, what you can do. I mean, it just opens things wide up from a talent basis.
Cubs have brought on their 3rd pitcher of the night. We saw him come back after having spent a lot of time on the disabled list this year, but boy, do they like his future, and why wouldn't you? When you watch this guy throw the baseball, Andrew Cashner. See, only 3 games this year. Was activated from a 60-day disabled list on the 5th of September. Pitched in 5 rehab games, 3 of them as a starter in Double-A.
And I think ultimately that's what they want him to do. But that's how he got injured to start with. It was in the last inning of one of those starts. I mean, this kid has electric stuff.
The Cubs' #1 draft pick in 2008. Was the 19th overall pick in that draft. Giannis led off the last inning.
And one of the
wound up scoring 3 times. Pardon me.
One of the things that you see with Cashner, Tom, is that attacking mentality that you saw with Samardzija with the bases loaded. That's what you want. You want that attacking mentality from your pitchers that are on the mound. And that doesn't mean that you just attack with a fastball. You attack them with everything you got.
Okay, the Cubs get all these guys healthy and get a few innings under their belt. And Cashner and John Gaub are going to need innings. I mean,
Yes.
The bullpen oftentimes is one of the hardest things to be able to count on one year to the next, even with the same cast of characters.
You're right. And we've seen that here with the Reds. It's tough.
Man, I mean, you get Marmol, is still a very young man. And ever since hitting a few bumps in the road for about a week and a half back in July, he's been very, very good. They have the veteran presence down there in Kerry Wood. But when you're looking at guys like Gaub, Samardzija, Cashner, you get a chance to put together a pretty good bullpen down there.
Yes, you do. And that's not even talking about Sean Marshall, who is
I beg your pardon.
as
You're right.
good a left-handed specialist as you could bank for against the tougher lefties in the game. I mean, he makes them look like pudding in his hand.
Well, Homer, coming off that 1-2-3 top of his 6th inning, is going to stay in there to bat. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to stay in there to pitch.
Correct.
But after the leadoff walk to Paul Giannis, they're going to send Bailey up there to try and advance him with a bunt.
And Homer Bailey can bunt. Normal.
Well, this guy,
it's a little bit harder to bunt a guy throwing the velocity that Cashner is. You've got to get the bat out there a little bit sooner, and you really have to lock in on the baseball.
that's bunted foul, and Homer slams the knob end of the bat into home plate in frustration, and he'll get one more chance at it.
And that's the part that I'm talking about, getting the bat out there. You really have to get it out in front, because you know as the ball comes at that speed, you're going to give. It's just instinct. You're going to give a little bit, as he did there, and then the ball went foul. So get it out a little further than where you normally do.
Well, they let him swing away, and he comes up empty. 1 out. This week on Fox NFL Sunday, the Seahawks will go to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. Both teams looking to bounce back from a tough loss in Week 1. Coverage begins this week with a Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Rockies in the house.
Boy, Steelers got a driller in Week 1 playing against division rival Baltimore. Man, I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
I've been doing thumb exercises here the last few weeks, getting ready for the offseason. Got to get
that remote control.
Get that remote control thumb ready. Never know when you're going to need it.
It's a good idea, getting warmed up.
That's right.
You know,
that thumb ready. That way I can peel the chicken wings with my left hand and thumb that remote with my right. We're good to go. Well, you always have a straw in your drink, because your hands might be full.
That's exactly right. There's a foul back, 1-1 to Brandon Phillips. I like that thumb exercises. I got to file that one away.
Got to do it. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised at how many games are on at one time when you got that package. And you're going East Coast, West Coast, especially right around 2:30, 3 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah.
Boy, you talking about busting it. That thumb is in overdrive. You get a spasm if you're not careful.
Now, do you have the college package
I got
too?
them all. I've got satellites. I've got the underground cable. You name it, I got it. There is not anything made that I don't have to get football or baseball in my house. Oh, Billy.
2-2 to Phillips. So are you telling me that, in other words, to sort of wrap this up, that if there is a game on television,
I got it.
You got it.
You believe that. And my remote control can get it. And it's one of those remotes where you got to have some reach now. You can't just sit there with it on top of your index finger.
Brandon gone swinging, 2 away in the inning.
That was some better pitching there by Cashman. And good fastball up and in, and then drops this yellow hammer on you. Whew. That's the old Louisiana breakdown right there.
And for those who don't know about the Louisiana breakdown,
well, most do know at this point.
Yes, they do.
Season. But if you are a new listener, maybe football fan or something, and just happen to drop in on us, the Louisiana breakdown is the curveball that starts like it would be up around Memphis, and it drops straight down to New Orleans. And when you swing, you're swinging at Memphis, and that ball's down there near the water. You're in trouble.
0-1 to Stubbs. And that fastball at 96 miles per hour. 0-2. 96 up. That's like 106 up.
Yeah. Hard to lay off, hard to hit.
Little number, it's going to fall in, a base hit. Paul Giannis read it all the way with 2 strikes going hard. He'll easily advance first to third.
That looked like another fastball that was up there, and Stubbs got just enough of the bat on it to fist it out into center field. It was a fastball up. He got just enough of it to get it out there into the outfield. But the trick is the base running here. You could see Giannis, knowing that that ball was going to fall, he put his head down and he was headed to third.
Well, the Cubs are going to go to their bullpen. We're going to see John Gaub for the third time against Joey Votto. The 2012 spring training. New this year is a spring training package, which includes an exclusive meet and greet with Reds personnel, custom Reds merchandise, great seats to watch the Reds, and more. For more information on 2012 spring training in the Grand Canyon State, visit Reds.com/spring travel today. This will be the third time we have seen the youngster who made his major league debut here on Monday night, John Gaub, face Joey Votto. He got him on a ground out to first base on Monday night. Last night, Gaub struck him out. So here's round 3.
Yeah, don't let that 10.80 earned run average fool you. Look down there at the opponent's batting average. That's what Gaub is about. This kid is nasty.
For those of you that weren't with us on Monday night, his major league debut, he came in at the 7th inning, retired the side 1-2-3. Sapelt, Votto, Bruce without breaking a sweat. They left him in the game. He walked Alonso in the 8th, allowed a double to Mesoraco, then a ground out and a fly ball given up by a reliever charged him with those 2 runs. Ball 1.
Left-hander, short, quick delivery, hides the ball well behind his baseball cap before the ball comes to the plate. He's got a wicked breaking ball. Now you would swear that guy, watching him throw, you would think he's throwing the ball 4 or 5 miles an hour harder than what he is. But that's because he hides the ball much longer than what other pitchers do.
That one comes all the way to the screen on a wild pitch by Gaub that'll score Giannis, and the Reds have a 2-run lead.
Tried to do a little bit too much that time. And if Coy Hill can't block it, it's not blockable.
You know, his delivery to the plate reminds me a little bit, just on a first glance, and obviously it's the first time we've ever seen this guy in this series, of John Rocker.
Yeah. Real short, right over the top, and just jet it to the plate. Of course, Rocker threw a little bit harder than this kid.
Well, when he first came to the big leagues, man, was he good.
This is the first time in a long time that the Cubs have been able to say that they've got some young arms in that bullpen that are legit.
So now 3-2 to Votto. We're only in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Reds lead by a pair. That's in the dirt. They appeal. And they say he went around, and that's it. So Gaub retires Votto for the 3rd straight time. But the Reds tack on a run and lead by 2.
Reds baseball is brought to you by AT&T. Cincinnati Children's ranks 3rd in the nation on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll for Best Children's Hospitals 2011. By your Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real.
Hispanic Heritage Night here at Great American Ballpark tonight. And the Mireland High School Club de Espanol here tonight. And our longtime cameraman Tom Seaver, his daughter, right there in the middle. Part of the Spanish club over in Milan, Indiana. Nice to have them with us here tonight. Those high schoolers up late tonight. Of course, you know, maybe a lot of them are rolling their eyes, saying it's not late. By the time they get back to Milan, I would think it's a little bit later than they normally would go to bed. It's not all that far down the road, but it's down the road. So Homer Bailey, the only 4 runs he allowed came in the very first inning. Pitched out of a bases loaded, nobody out, jam in the 3rd, and only allowed 1 base runner over his final 3 innings of work. Struck out 9, which ties a season high, and he'll give way to Jose Arredondo. We talked at length the other night about Arredondo after coming all the way back from Tommy John surgery. Missed all of last year. Did not join the big league club this year until after about a month had passed, and has gotten better and better as we've moved along.
He's just now starting to have some fun.
Bailey walked 3, allowed 6 hits in those 4 earned runs in his 6 innings of work tonight. With Tampa Bay in the opening game of that series at Boston putting a whipping on the Red Sox. They're only in the 7th inning, so there's still time, but the Rays leading Boston 6-1. Castro pops it up, and a great jump by Heisey. Came a long way to get it.
There's not many players, Tom, that can play right, left, and center and still get great jumps on the ball. Heisey is the exception to the rule. He's going to get a good jump on the bat and on the baseball, regardless of whether he's playing left or right or in center field.
You know, oftentimes, and let's face it, it's out of sight, out of mind. It's really nice to see Heisey come back after being on the disabled list and all of the hype and all the young players coming up and guys all of us want to see. You know, see Alonso and see Sapelt. Talking about 2 guys playing the outfield. But it's nice to see Heisey come back and now have a chance over the final month of the year to get rolling again and make everybody remember, hey, don't forget about me. Not suggesting they wouldn't.
I agree.
But oftentimes when you're not around and you're not playing because of an injury, a lot of people tend to forget about you, and there's strike 3 to Darwin Barney.
Split finger the pitch before. This is the over-the-top breaking ball that, Tom, you were talking about this last night. Just the fact that we haven't seen that pitch almost all year long. And he's just now getting comfortable enough physically to come over the top with that breaking ball. Illegal.
Well, this guy's throwing strikes, or maybe more accurately, when he's throwing pitches that get to the plate that appear to be strikes.
Yes, because that was a split finger there that the bottom fell out of it.
1-1 the count, and that one got away from him. That was not a fastball.
Instead of going down, that one just tailed off to the right. And just did get Aramis Ramirez on the left elbow. And that may be all for Arredondo.
That is all for Arredondo. Dusty Baker will come out and get him. And they'll bring in the left-hander Bill Bray to face a left-handed batting Carlos Pena. We'll be back. 6-4. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Carlos Pena, left-handed batter, coming up. And on from the bullpen to face him is left-hander Bill Bray.
And the last time, well, I'm not exactly sure if it was the last time, but I do know the last time that Bill Bray faced Pena in Chicago, the first pitch he threw him, he hit way out there for a home run. And it lost the game for the Reds. And it was a first pitch fastball inside, and Pena hit it like he knew it was coming.
Pena hit a 2-run home run, one of the longest home runs we've seen hit at Great American Ballpark this year. Having said that, it's not even the longest home run hit in this series. But that was a bomb to straightaway center field. Not all that far from that tundra. But of course, for those of you not with us, the opening game of this series, Juan Francisco hit the second longest home run in the history of this ballpark. 502 feet that nearly wound up in the Commonwealth. Straight up, and Bray's going to get him this time.
Got it right in on his knuckles.
Inning over. Good work by Bray. We stand and stretch. Reds lead by a pair. Ohio for Reds Live. Reds Live, the post-game version, brought to you by King's Honda and the King's Auto Mall. Visit King'sHondaUSA.com. Alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brandling, Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro, our director Roy Alfers, our producer Kent Dreamweaver, and our entire crew, which includes Jesse Jackson, Dickie Moss, Jim Strickler, Joel Luckup up here in the booth, and a cast of thousands.
Isn't there a song, Dreamweaver?
Sung by Gary Wright.
By who?
Gary Wright, I believe, is his name.
Where'd the Kent come from?
Well, that's his, given Christian name is Kent. But everybody just calls him Dream for Dreamweaver. And has since we were all working together at Channel 5 seemingly 100 years ago. Back in the days of Jerry Springer and Pat Berry and Steve Physiok and Norma Rashid, and right on down the line, Roy Alfers was running that whole operation back in Reds baseball. Johnny Bench was handling the color analyst job with the Reds. Man, had the Pete and Johnny show going over on Channel 5. There's ball 40 yonder. Alonso leading off the Reds' bottom of the 7th inning. And we always had that famous show, the Hudapole King of TV Bowling. We used to call it bowling for straight time. We'd have to get up, Cowboy, after doing the Saturday night sports at 11 o'clock, getting off at about 11:45. Go hang in Mount Adams for about 3 or 4 hours.
Bowling for what?
And then have to be there at a local bowling lane at 5:30 on Sunday morning.
Oh, my goodness.
To tape that show, to make sure it could be packaged up and run at noon.
Oh, goodness.
Oftentimes seen. Bottom of the 7th inning, a leadoff walk to Yonder Alonso by John Gall. Chris Heisey, the batter, and he'll face Kerry Wood on from the Chicago pen. Ball 1. Yonder Alonso taken down for a pinch runner, Mike Leake, who finished off his season picking up his 12th win of the year.
He may be doing a whole lot of pinch running.
Been another good night for Heisey. He had 2 hits, including a home run here in the game last night. He has 2 hits, including a home run in the 4th inning tonight, and gave the Reds a lead with an infield hit in the 5th.
That's his Achilles heel right there. And when you don't play on a regular basis, it's awfully difficult to recognize fastball and slider on the outside corner. That's where you really make your money. Because when you can lay off that pitch, then they got to come to you. You can see Kerry Wood there go in underneath the hands of Heisey, so he could go right back away for that breaking ball.
Had a pitch to hit right there and fouled it straight back.
That was what we refer to as a cement mixer. It just spins. No break, no tilt, just spinning.
He's able to lay off that pitch right there, breaking ball away from him that he chased a moment ago.
That's the one thing that Kerry Wood has done throughout his career, is he's been able to throw not only the hard slider but that big curveball as well. But it also keeps him a little bit on the inconsistent side as far as those breaking balls go.
In the air and playable in foul territory for Pena, who comes down the line. 1 out.
Watch as Jim Day visits Cincinnati, USA's must-see attractions. Where in Cincinnati, USA is Jim Day? Tune in to Fox Sports Ohio to find out.
Jim Day is their main man.
Cincinnati, USA.
Been bouncing all over the place, from the Penguin Palooza to the Cleopatra exhibit to Kings Island. He's been everywhere. 2-0 on Todd Frazier.
What's they call those folks that follow him around? The Jaminians? Is that what they're called?
The Minions.
The Minions. I thought they were called the Jiminians.
Oh, the Jaminians. Oh, I'm sorry. He shortens it up for Minions. I never heard the front part. Off the end of the bat. Shallow center field, and that is out number 2.
Castro catches that ball. The shortstop now, Castro, catches that ball in shallow right center field. Kid's got some talent. Could mess you up a little bit on your scouting report.
Indeed.
Put an F6 on there and caught the ball over in right field. We'll have a pinch hitter for Ryan Hannigan. It'll be Ramon Hernandez.
Ramon got the Reds off and running last night, hitting a 3-run home run in the 2nd inning. Also added a double and a run scored. First pitch swinging tonight. And it's popped up to Colvin, inning over. So Wood comes on to retire 3 in a row. And the Cubs will bat in the 8th inning, trailing 6-4. Blast again. Heisey. Back-to-back games he's clubbed a home run and has driven in 2 tonight.
That ball hit his name.
It did.
His name was on the facade of the upper deck. He hit the eye in Heisey.
You know, oftentimes when you're in July or maybe early August, and Cowboy, you know, I tell you, you know, you're the guy that's been talking about Heisey consistently the entire year. I mean, you're the one guy that has said all along, this guy should be playing every day. I mean, no and, ifs, ors about it. But it really is amazing to now, as we're down to the final week and a half of the year, to start looking inside some of his numbers. At 240 at-bats, and to have 17 home runs and 46 runs batted in. And you know, you think about those numbers, and you pointed it out consistently, and we've seen other guys try to do it, they just can't do it. On where you might go, as he did frequently through the first 3.5 months, 4 months of the year, where you were lucky to start 1 game a week.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it in partial pieces. And imagine what he could do. I mean, he's really only got a third of a season there. Multiply those numbers times 3.
I think everybody would be thrilled to death to multiply those numbers times 2.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, times 3, you don't know if a guy could do it, but I mean, if you multiplied them twice, I mean, now you're knocking on the door at, you know, 35 home runs. And again, you know, and we've heard Dusty Baker talk about this a lot of time. I know that's one of those things that he really doesn't like to get into, and writers bring it up, and he's not being mean about it or nasty about it. He's just saying, look, baseball's been littered with a lot of guys that you said, well, if they had 500 or 600 at bats, they would do, you know, automatically double what they've done in 200 at bats. Right. But I mean, with Heisey,
well, the reason that I give it more credence to Chris Heisey is because of the fact that he was the Reds' minor league player of the year. Now, he's already proven himself at an extraordinary level in the minor leagues. I mean, above and beyond anybody else that the Reds have. And his numbers when he won that award were as good or better than Stubbs or Bruce or anybody else that's played up here.
3-2 on Brian LaHare facing Bill Bray, who came in to retire Pena to end the 7th inning.
I'll just say this, I'm happy for him that he's having some success. I love to see young players come to the big leagues and find some success and not be afraid to play the game. You work so hard in the minor leagues to get here. Well, once you get here, don't be afraid to play. Let it all hang out. And he's done that.
Heisey moving into left field. We told you that Jay Bruce is coming into the game to play right, and Ramon Hernandez stays in the game to catch, and Bray fans LaHare to begin the 8th. We know the Reds have the best fans in all of baseball, and this Sunday we'd like to show our thanks during Fan Appreciation Day presented by Walgreens. All the great prizes that'll be given away. We'll have drawings throughout the entire game. That is this Sunday. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. Sunday's game against Milwaukee is a 1:10 first pitch. Tickets available all 3 games over the weekend. And the first 3 games of next week. That'll be the final 3 home games with Houston coming in. But Milwaukee here tomorrow night. Johnny Bench night on Saturday. We're at 5 o'clock. The unveiling of the Johnny Bench statue over by the first base side of the ballpark by the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum. An on-field ceremony for JB that'll begin at 6:30. Boy, he sounded so excited on the radio being interviewed earlier today. Into right field, and Jay Bruce is there. 2 out.
I think it's a great thing that the Reds are doing, because they're talking about this being the first of a few more of those types of monuments and those types of honorary or honoring the achievements of those that have come from the past, from that big red machine era.
You know, for Johnny Bench, and look, he has talked about it openly, and a lot of the Reds fans, I think one of the things that bothered so many Reds fans for so long was the erosion of the relationship between Johnny Bench and Pete Rose. Now, there were a number of years there where it was not a good relationship when the problem started for Pete and the investigation by Major League Baseball and some of the things that Johnny said. And, you know, the two have been able to patch things up here in recent years, and I think it's been really good for everybody, especially good for Pete and especially good for Johnny.
Well, it's good for baseball. It's good for Reds baseball because those, I mean, let's face it, you talk about the Cincinnati Reds, those are two guys. I mean, there are other people, but those are two guys that come to the mind real quick.
And for Bench, it has to have just such significant meaning. You know, all those years he played alongside Rose, and look, you know, everybody loves their own. You know, Pete, born and raised in his town, went to Western Hills High School. Johnny coming from Oklahoma, although a Red through and through. You know, Pete Rose can't say he spent his whole career with the Reds.
Right.
Johnny Bench can. And to be that first guy recognized with a statue here has to just mean, well, the words are indescribable.
I don't know that you can describe it. It's just, as you said, you heard him on the radio. It's make your voice crack up.
One on Reed Johnson. And here's a strike. Straight up. And Heisey waiting. And the Reds come to bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading 6-4. Play of the game, and Cowboy one. Guess who this might be?
BT, that dude over there at second base. And to think about the Cleveland Indians, all he wanted was a chance to play. Reds gave him that chance. Whoa.
But, you know, you talk to the people who are around there, and I mean, I think Brandon, even to this day, would admit that, you know, as a very young man, like a lot of us, I mean, you know, who are we kidding here? Like a lot of us, as a very young person, you probably could have handled things a little bit differently. He's grown up so much.
I've been in his spot. I've handled it really bad. But it's the competitor in you that gets you on the field, but it's also the competitor that gets you in trouble.
Carlos Marmol, their closer, comes on to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. Cubs won the opener. Reds are 3 outs away from winning the final 3 games of the series. I'm glad we're working here in this bottom of the 8th inning with Marmol coming into the game, Cowboy, because the other games against the Cubs this year, it's been primarily Chris and I in the booth together. I remember 2 years ago when this guy came to the major leagues. I mean, he's always had that devastating slider. But this guy was throwing a fastball 95, 96 miles an hour.
Right.
But it seems like every time we've seen him the last 2 years, it's 90% sliders, an occasional fastball, but now it's topping out 91, 92. If you don't use it, can you lose it?
Oh,
that's the fastball.
That is a definite. If you don't use it, you will lose it. That's why they talk about pitchers playing long toss, even on days when you may throw out of the bullpen. You should be throwing from the foul line to center field and stretching that thing out as much as you can. You rest it in November, December, and January, and then right around January 15th, January 20th, you crank that baby back up.
Slider there on the outside corner. Back-to-back sliders to get ahead 1-2 on Miguel Cairo.
But I think some of the issue with Carlos Marmol, Tom, more than anything else, is the fact that he couldn't throw his fastball for a strike.
Base hit by Miguel with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th.
He was falling off to the first base side so much, and still is to this day, that the only thing that he could control was the breaking ball.
Brandon, 2 hits, 2 runs scored, a home run, and a run batted in.
Marmol has turned into a type of pitcher. If it's high, you let it fly. Being the bat is low, just let it go.
Over near the Reds dugout and out of play.
He will make the occasional fastball pitch down and away on you. If he makes it, tip your cap. But it just doesn't happen that much. Because your natural instincts will let you turn on the ball inside.
One and one on Phillips. Cairo over at first base, and it's low. 2-1 on Brandon. Look ahead of the top of the 9th inning. Cubs will have Coy Hill leading things off. A pinch hitter, then back to the top of the order in Starlin Castro. And with a 2-run lead, Cordero cranking it up in the Reds bullpen. Runner goes. And in there safely is Miguel Cairo.
Really am glad that he's on this Reds ball club. Reason being, you never stop playing the game. Marmol's not paying a bit of attention to Cairo at first base, and he stole that easily. This is a guy that doesn't run. Now you've changed Brandon Phillips' hold at bat.
Still 3-2. There's ball 4 to Phillips. So a 1-out single followed by a walk. And the Reds have a chance to add to this 6-4 lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Drew Stubbs coming up, and a good night for Drew. Had an infield hit in the first. Struck out in the third. Had a real good at bat to knock in a run in the 5th inning. And then had a single to right field in the 6th. Ball 1. And now the pitching coach, your old buddy, Mark Riggins, going to come out for a quick word with Marmol. Of course, things turned out to be very ugly for Carlos Zambrano this year. And really, he was on his best behavior for so long. But then once you got about midway through the year, Marmol ran into some problems in a closer's role, and Zambrano blasted him to the media after a game. And that just started the woes for Zambrano, who's no longer with this team.
If you have a problem with the teammates, you talk to the teammate.
Really haven't read much about that whole situation ever since it went down, which led to Zambrano leaving the team. And of course, when you start getting into being quote unquote fired, for lack of a better word, I mean, Zambrano's not fired. He has a contract. But if a guy quits, well, that's a whole different ball game. It's like somebody resigning. And of course, that was the dispute when Zambrano left. And depending on who you believe, he said he quit. Others say he was told to leave, that he didn't really mean it, that he quit. And now that whole back and forth thing is going on, and how that resolves, I have no idea.
He used the retire word, but I don't think that words actually can make that decision. Everything this day and age has to be in writing. And you know as well as I do, with the power of the Major League Baseball Players Association, just because he said he retired, that doesn't have anything to do with it.
There's strike 3 called to Stubbs, and that's the second out of the inning.
This is the breaking ball, and it starts on the inside corner and finishes basically in the middle of the plate. That's why you're almost better off looking breaking ball with this guy. Not that you can do that. I'm not saying that you should do that, but many of them as he throws. There's that one fastball.
There it is.
And a lot of his effectiveness, Tom, is he is effectively wild. He can be all over the place for 3 consecutive pitches and then just paint you for three of the next ones.
In the air down at third base line, and that ball is out of play.
And the fact that there are no other pitchers in the major leagues that I know of that have the mechanics and the type of release that this young man has.
Again down the line and again out of play.
I would imagine even for an MVP like Joey Votto, it's tough to find a release point that's anywhere near consistent on this guy.
Off the glove of Pena, right to Barney. And covering the bag is Marmol, and that's the way the 8th inning comes to an end. The old 3-4-1, just like you draw it up. Reds trying to put it away in the ninth. Cowboy and I were talking about this last night, that comebacker that finds you.
Yeah, well, you look down in your glove and you say to yourself, look what I found. It's kind of like going to Home Depot. You go up and down those aisles and then you look up and you think, look what I found right there. Oh, big. I think I can use that. I'll take it. Put it in the basket,
pretty
baby.
Smooth.
Put it in the basket, baby.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth right there. Tie into our big sponsor, Home Depot.
My boy likes to ride in those race cars, those NASCAR baskets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know. All right, now Francisco Cordero trying to get save number 34. He nailed down the 2-1 win on Tuesday night for Mike Leake in a 1-2-3 ninth inning. Well, I keep thinking about the year Leake put together, and especially those last couple of starts. 8 innings here the other night. Finishes a year at the 12-win mark with an ERA that starts with a 3. And it's the first time we've seen Springboro native and University of Cincinnati alum Tony Campana in this series. This guy can fly.
And should have started at least 2 games in the series.
And his first major league home run, remember we saw it Wrigley Field, an inside the park home run against the Reds.
He's exciting.
You know, some might be saying, you know, why are you bringing this up about Mike Quade and not starting Campana? Try to just put yourself in his shoes, or maybe more accurately, his mom and dad's shoes. Tony Campana's not guaranteed a spot with this big league club next year.
No.
He's done a lot of nice things. They like him. They're excited about him. But you never know what the offseason may bring. And to have a chance with a week and a half left to go, playing a 4-game series in your hometown.
That was the first thing Dusty did when we got to Florida, is he started Yonder Alonso in that ball game at first base and took Joey Votto out. Started him at his best position so he could play well in front of his family. And did he ever?
I mean, you know, here in this series, you've seen LaHair. Now, granted, he's being rewarded for being the AAA MVP, but you know, he's been hanging around in the minor leagues for a long, long time, and it's nice to see him get a chance. But Colvin has obviously had a very tough year. Soriano gets a night off. No Campana. And Bird has been in center field every game. But perhaps, and you always leave the benefit of the doubt, perhaps there's something going on that we just don't know about, the Cubs don't want us to know about. 3-2 to Campana. We'll do it again. I know everybody up in Springboro is mighty proud of them, as they are over in Clifton, for reaching the major leagues coming out of the University of Cincinnati.
Not exactly the easiest out either after the 10th pitch that Cordero has thrown him here in this at bat.
So pitch number 11 coming up. That one's over near the stands. Heisey up against the rail, and he'll watch it drop out of play. So there will be a 12th pitch in this at bat. Until we saw Campana, I thought Drew Stubbs was the fastest player in the league. And I'm not sure the Campana's just not a little bit faster. That one slapped into left center field, so Campana in his only at bat of this series, a 12 pitch at bat capped off by a base hit. Good for him. But now the tying run comes to the plate. Now Alfonso Soriano will bat. One swing away from tying this thing up. First pitch breaking ball away from Soriano. A notorious first pitch fastball hitter. A lot of guys are, but Soriano's had a lot of success hitting first pitch fastballs in the seats.
Coming off the bench in this situation, he probably won't get off of it.
Oh boy, trouble to brewing now. That one hooked down the left field line on a fastball that'll score Campana all the way from first, and the Cubs are within a run.
And now we go to the top of the order. Cordero tried to get this one in, and it stayed right down Broadway. And didn't even get it out of my mouth before he hit it down the line. But in that situation, Soriano is not going to come off the fastball even with 2 strikes. He is going to take a chance that he can hit a fastball out of the ballpark. He didn't hit it out, but he hit it pretty good down the left field line.
Well, we have talked regularly how Mike Quaddy just has a disdain for the bunt. And, you know, the old adage about playing for the win on the road and the tie at home. He has Castro, who has a grand total of 0 sacrifices this year at the plate. Going to give this young man a chance to drive in that tying run. Castro.
It appears Cordero wants him to hit a breaking ball.
Two and one, tying run at second base, and that's straightaway center field. That will advance the runner on to third. Stubbs going to let it fly. But Soriano is there, and the tying run stands at third with 1 out in the inning. And now you face a guy in Barney who is no easy out.
Barney definitely likes hitting the fastball, and he likes to hit it the other way.
Reds bring the infield in. Barney 0 for 4. Ball 1. Homer Bailey in line for the win. It was be his 9th of the year, but Cordero has surrendered 1 run. And the tying run is 90 feet away. 1-1 to Barney.
Very fortunate with that breaking ball. That one hung inside, and Barney swung right underneath it. See the breaking ball there, supposed to be inside, and it backs up.
High tapper, and that's into center field, and this game is tied.
Looked like it hit right off the top of the plate, because by the time they got to Brandon Phillips, it was still climbing.
So now Aramis Ramirez in a 6-6 game. Cordero had saved 16 consecutive games. Cashed in on 16 straight save chances, more accurately described. Tonight his first blown save since that road trip before the All-Star break. July the 10th, that final game before the break in Milwaukee. That was after he had come into the game the night before in a non-save situation. Had like a 30-pitch 9th inning.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he had done the same thing on the Friday night.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
And now a double play ends the inning. 3 hits, 2 runs. Bottom of the 9th coming up. We're tied at 6. Nissan drive of the game. Brandon Phillips got the Reds on the board after they fell behind early 4-0 when a solo home run in the third. His fourth home run in this series. But the Cubbies scored twice in the top of the ninth inning to tie this game at 6.
Well, that's why Mike Quaddy had Carlos Marmol in the ball game.
Well, Tony Campana had gone out to left field and apparently didn't get the word that they were double switching.
Neither did Soriano. Lair staying out there. Soriano and Campana, neither one of them are gone. They both came back in. Oh, well.
Wow. I haven't seen that in a while.
Double switches with the catcher, not with either one of the outfielders. Oh, well.
So Soto behind the plate and now taking over on the mound has had an outstanding year. Left-hander Sean Marshall.
And Marshall, that big sweeping left-handed hook, he's been about as good as it comes when it comes to setting things up. And he has been tough on lefties.
Jay, the team leader in 30 home runs. And he looks at a fastball right down the middle, and Marshall quickly ahead, 0-2. Jay's numbers were very, very good against left-handers early in the year. He has cooled off substantially over the second half. .242 batter against the left-handers. He does have 9 home runs against left-handers.
Couldn't pull the trigger. This one he starts behind Bruce and breaks it over the inside corner of the plate.
All right, now Heisey. Two starts in a row, 2 hits in each game, including home runs in each game. Also knocked in the go-ahead run, what was at the time back in the 5th inning. An infield hit off the foot of Jeff Samardzija. Red Sox, meanwhile, are batting in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing 9-1 to the Rays. And there's a whole lot of gripping going on right now in Boston. That lead in the wild card very shortly will be down to 3 games. 2-2 to Heisey. James Shields, a 15-game winner, gets a ball tomorrow night against 12-game winner Josh Beckett. Back-to-back strikeouts for Marshall here in the 9th.
All on the breaking ball. Basically threw Chris Heisey the same pitch that he threw Jay Bruce. Doesn't matter if it's a lefty or a righty. You're going to get the hammer.
Now Todd Frazier with 2 away. Bottom of the 9th inning, 6-6 game. And it's ball 1.
Maybe Frazier will jack one out of here. Got the power.
Two and one to Todd. And a swing and a miss. Frazier tonight is fly to center, grounded to short, struck out. And popped to short his last time up. On the ground, and that's a base hit. First hit in 5 trips tonight for Frazier. He's a winning run with Ramon Hernandez coming up.
Got that fastball up a little bit. Frazier just slaps it right back up the box.
Hernandez batting for the second time. He popped up in the 7th inning to right field. There's another breaking ball from Marshall. It's such a good one. Among the best in all of baseball.
Well, the problem with that breaking ball, if you're a hitter, is it doesn't start in the strike zone. It starts way off the plate, and then here it comes. It's almost it almost looks like it's coming from the first base coach's box. I feel like you have to hit it off your belt buckle.
We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. The winning run is at first base with 2 away. No balls and 2 strikes on Ramon Hernandez, and Marshall and Soto finally trying to get together. And they do. Here comes a pitch from Marshall to Hernandez. Struck him out. And we are off to the 10th inning tonight at Great American Ballpark, where the Reds and the Cubs are tied at 6.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Aroldis Chapman, the new pitcher. Left-hander comes on. 50th ball game here for Aroldis Chapman. Trying to get that ERA overall under 4. But after his brief stint in the minor leagues, he has come back and thrown the ball awfully well. 44 innings and 65 punchouts. That should tell you about what he can do. The 37 walks tell you what happened when he couldn't do it. So the Reds are hoping he'll be able to come on and at least give him another chance at swinging the bats.
Well, the Cubs will start things out with Carlos Pena, to be followed by Brian LaHair and then Marlon Byrd. Reds fell behind 4-0 after a half inning in this one. Got a run in the third, got a run in the fourth, scored 3 to take the lead in the 5th inning, and tacked on 1 more for good measure in the 6th. They got great bullpen work from Arredondo and Bill Bray, leading us up to Francisco Cordero in the 9th. A 12-pitch at bat by Tony Campana resulted in a single to begin the inning. He scored on a double by Soriano. A fly ball advanced the runner to third, and then Darwin Barney chopped one off the plate all the way into shallow center field to tie the game. So that's where we are here in the 10th inning. Reds have played well in extra inning games this year, a 10-5 record. And the Cubbies at 8 up and 4 down have played well too. Well, Cowboy, we don't get paid to make the decisions, and we're not privy to what they might be thinking right now as far as Walt Jocketty and the rest of those he surrounds himself with. Dusty Baker, the manager, Brian Price, the pitching coach, will all certainly have input as to what might be for Aroldis Chapman looking ahead to 2012. What do you think?
Well, I think that Aroldis wants to start, and whether he can or not is ultimately going to be the bottom line question. And I think the Reds are going to give him that opportunity, or allow, I won't say give him, they're going to allow him that opportunity in spring training. And how that performance goes, I'm sure, will dictate what exactly he ends up doing in 2012. That breaking ball right there will get a whole lot of folks out. Righty, lefty, or whatever way you hit. But the key for Chapman in a starting role is the fact that he's got to throw more than just a fastball for a strike. And he has shown on occasion where he can throw all 3 pitches, fastball, breaking ball, and changeup for a strike. But when you're starting in the big leagues, you usually go out there somewhere between 30 and 35 times. And this is his 50th appearance this year.
1-0 on LaHair. 2-0. LaHair has singled, scored, walked, struck out twice.
But I know that the Reds cannot go into 2012 with Chapman in the rotation with bouts of wildness that he has now, such as what we're seeing with the batter that's at the plate. Because every 5th day, that would burn your bullpen a hole bigger than Dallas and Fort Worth put together.
There's a 4-pitch walk to a left-handed batting LaHair. So 1 on, 1 out here in the 10th inning, and now the batter is center fielder Marlon Byrd. Ball 1 to Bird.
See, this is the point where Chapman gets himself into mechanically, and he can't get out of it. And it's rushing to home plate. He is sometimes his own worst enemy. When he stays back and allows that arm to get on top of the baseball, he's unhittable. But when that front shoulder starts coming forward too soon, and you can see the frustration there. That ball he caught barehanded as Ramon Hernandez threw it back to him. You start rushing and you start going forward and you start getting madder. Doesn't help. You got to calm down. Take a deep breath. Just slow yourself down and slow the game down.
3-0 the count, and they're going to throw over to first, sending LaHair back to the bag. Back-to-back walks.
Well, there's not a Cub batter that's going to swing the bat right now until he throws a strike in consecutive fashion. We'll have a pinch runner, I believe, Tom, for LaHair at second base.
Now LeMahieu going to come out and run. DJ LeMahieu will run for Brian LaHair. So Chapman comes on to strike out Pena and looked dominant in doing so, finishing him off with a slider. But has not thrown a strike since. He has missed on 8 consecutive pitches to both LaHair, who's taken down for a pinch runner, and Marlon Byrd. Now it's Reed Johnson. He came on to bat in the 8th inning, and he popped up to Heisey in left field. Strike 1. Came with a slider that missed low on Johnson.
But that was a better delivery than earlier. That ball went straight down versus pulling it way inside to the right-handed hitter.
1-1 to Johnson. And that one on the inside corner, a strike. So now Chapman a strike away from picking up the second out of the inning. A check of the runners at first and second. They both go. And it's in the air to straightaway center field. Runners will have to race back as Stubbs backpedals to get it 2 gone.
Boy, that was a big time out right there. And thank goodness that Reed Johnson swung at that ball, because they had second and third stolen easily with no slide. By the time that Reed Johnson made contact with that ball, both runners were at the advanced base, second and third respectively.
So now Giovanni Soto will bat. Johnson livid down at a Cub dugout.
I think Reed Johnson was more upset with the pitches that were called inside than he is with the fact that he made an out.
Well, either way, he is not happy down in that third base side dugout. 0-1 to Soto. And here's strike 2. So now all of a sudden the pendulum has swung the other way after throwing strikes to begin the inning. Losing a feel for the zone and back-to-back hitters. Chapman trying to put Soto away. And that's in the air to center. Stubbs drifting, inning over. 2 walks, 2 left. Reds will come to bat, bottom of the 10th in a tie game. This one knocking on the door at nearly 3 hours and 50 minutes long. Reds coming to bat in the bottom half of the 10th inning in a 6-6 game after they couldn't hold the lead in the 9th. And Aroldis Chapman started one way, went the other way, finished up the right way. Jeff Baker now going to take over out in right field.
He plays everywhere, doesn't he?
Sure does.
Second, third, first. Now he's playing right field. Hits fourth. Bats first.
Reed Johnson has gone from right field to left field. And we're waiting on him for whatever reason to take his position. And now he's on his way out there.
One thing that we do know is Mr. Breaking Ball Extraordinaire is still on the mound.
And he is.
Sean Marshall.
Marshall struck out 3 in the 9th inning. He allowed a 2-out single to Todd Frazier, but finished off Ramon Hernandez. And here we are in the 10th. Edgar Renteria batting for Paul Janisch. Dave Chappelle stands in the on-deck circle. That is Aroldis Chapman's spot next. 1-1 to Renteria.
Thing about those breaking balls is they don't quite bite as nasty as the innings go along. First time through, those first 3 or 4 batters, they're pretty good. After that, you got to work on it a little bit, as we see here with Renteria. Not quite as nasty as they were to the first 4 batters of the 9th inning.
There's ball 4 to begin the bottom of the 10th. And now Chappelle coming up there.
You think he's bunt?
I would think so. How about you?
If he's not, I'm going to go down there and ask him why right now.
Safeld has a pair of sacrifices since being brought up from AAA Louisville. And Dave ready to shorten up on the bat. Wasn't going to be ready to bunt that if that was a strike, but it's outside for ball one.
Well, he's bunting to the right side. I'm not sure why he didn't have a sacrifice position. Did have the bat ready to bunt, but awfully awkward. When you sacrifice bunt, it's not a drag bunt. You put the bat out there, everybody knows you're bunting, and you bunt the ball. You bunt it right towards the dirt area between the first baseman and where the second baseman are playing.
And that is beautifully done by Safeld. And that'll advance a runner Renteria into scoring position. So well done by Dave Safeld. And let's see if now Brandon Phillips and/or Drew Stubbs can put this baby to bed.
See the bunt there, and all you're doing is just catching the baseball. Let it roll right out. Marshall's got to come get it. Anytime the pitcher has to come get the baseball rather than waiting on the baseball, you know you've got a successful sacrifice.
Of course, for a lot of the fans that have hung in there here tonight, most of them will be able to probably drive within about 15 or 20 minutes to get back home and get back in their beds. For these Cubs, they wait around for the bus, they get on the plane, they fly back to Chicago, and they play at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, they do. 1 or 1:20 somewhere in there. Yeah, you play a lot of day games in Chicago.
Breaking ball in there, strike one to Brandon Phillips. I don't recall the Reds playing the final game of a series as a night game, outside of maybe a 2-game series, you know, a Monday, Tuesday deal,
right,
where the final game has not been a day game.
Yeah. I was surprised that this was a night game.
That's what I mean. Final home game of the year next week will be the final game of a series, obviously, against the Houston Astros, and that'll be a Wednesday afternoon game. Renteria carries a winning run out at second base. Brandon Phillips has 2 hits, has been on base 3 times. That popped up in the air out of Soto's glove, and you thought maybe that may be a roll back to the screen.
That was nothing more than trying to change the eye level of Brandon Phillips so he could drop another breaking ball down in there. Phillips normally a pretty good left-handed, pretty good hitter against left-handed pitching, I should say.
Started 2, they appeal, and he did not go around, says Rob Drake. Now to Brandon. Renteria leads out at second base. And it's on the ground. Ramirez throws out Phillips. Renteria still at second. 2 are out.
Well, when you check the numbers, Drew Stubbs against left-handed pitching, you'd be surprised at how well he hits left-hander. Right around that 350 mark.
Better than 100 points higher, 107 to be precise, against left-handers versus the right-handers. Marshall just now settling on to the pitching rubber. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning of a 6-6 game. Ball 1 to Drew Stubbs. It's been a 3-hit game for Stubbs. Knocked in a run back in the 5th to score a run. Trying to be the hero here tonight and cap off this series with a 3-game win streak. In the air down the right field line and caught in the corner by Baker. So the Reds miss a chance and we go to the 11th, tied at 6. Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Aroldis Chapman goes an inning, walks 2, strikes out a batter, and he will give way out of the bullpen as Edgar Renteria remains in the game to play shortstop. And now on the mound is right-hander Nick Massett.
$70 ball games now for Nick Massett. Gotten that ERA back down under 4. The number over here, though, the walks, that's the number that hurt him a little bit early in the season.
Blake DeWitt going to come up there and bat for Sean Marshall, leading off the Chicago 11th in this 6-6 game. Ball 1. Cubs had a 4-0 lead after a half inning tonight against Homer Bailey. Bailey wound up hanging in there through 6 and allowed just those 4 runs. There's a tapper down to Votto, and that's an easy play. 1 out. Reds got a Brandon Phillips home run in the 3rd. Got a Chris Heisey home run in the 4th. And then in the 5th, 6 straight batters reached base with 1 out. producing 3 runs. RBIs in the inning by Stubbs, Alonso, and Heisey. Reds tacked on another run thanks to a wild pitch in the 6th inning, and it stayed a 2-run lead until the 9th. And Francisco Cordero gave up 2 runs on 3 hits, and that's where we stand, tied at 6 here in the 11th inning. Castro looks at ball 1. Quiet night for Castro. 1 hit in 5 at bats.
He's looking to pull the ball out of the ballpark. He's not even closing up that front side. Anything down and away that's a strike, he's going to have a hard time reaching. Middle end, that's what he wants.
Masson walks Castro, has 21 stolen bases on 4 pitches with 1 out here in the inning. Now Darwin Barney. Barney knocked in a tying run with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning on a bouncing ball off the plate that sailed over the head of Brandon Phillips, and that's a double play to end the top of the 11th.
Wow. It's a heck of a play by Nick Masson.
Sure was.
He was falling off to the third base, really to the shortstop side of the mound, and he whipped a bullet back there to Edgar Renteria. Get a hustling Barney down the line. James Russell, the new pitcher for the Cubs. Some awfully intriguing numbers when you look at James Russell. 1.22 ERA when pitching out of the bullpen with 1 or more days rest, 38 appearances compared to a 4.35 earned run average when pitching with no rest at all. 25 years old. His papa was an awfully good reliever out of the bullpen himself.
Of course, his dad grew up right here in Cincinnati and We've talked about it before. James Russell was born here in Cincinnati when his dad first came up originally with the Reds. But then Jeff Russell really made his mark as a closer in the major leagues, primarily with the Texas Rangers. And that's where James grew up. Joey Votto to lead it off. Be followed by Jay Bruce. Up and in, 2 balls and a strike. And then left fielder Chris Heisey. I thought that was ball 4, and Paul Lemel says strike 2.
Pretty good breaking ball right there.
That ball is crushed into left center field. And that is up against the wall, and Votto has started the bottom of the 11th inning with an opposite field double.
Back-to-back breaking balls. One of them Joey thought was a ball, was headed down to first. And good thing it was a strike, because now he's in second. He had loaded on that one. Middle of the plate breaking ball. Tattoo.
Well, now Jay Bruce the batter. And if any of you are just curious, as that ball is clobbered into right field and gone, game over. Jay Bruce on the first pitch hooks it down the line, and the Reds have won it in the bottom of the 11th. A final count of 8-6.
Well, Jay wasn't waiting around that time. First thing he sees, see you later. He almost wrecked somebody's life in that Cub bullpen. They were warming up. They can shut her down now.
Bruce home run number 31, giving him 92 RBIs. And he is a hero here tonight. So it took a little longer than the Reds had planned, with a 6-4 lead going into the top of the 9th inning. But a win to make it 3 straight victories over the Cubs in this 4-game series. Jay Bruce secures a win. He is safe and secure. New York Life. Bassett, the winner. Russell, the loser. Here's Jeff Pecora.
Hey, thank you very much, Tom. I'm here with Jay Bruce. And Jay, you're saying it's starting to get a little cold. You want to end this thing, huh?
It is, yeah. It's getting too late, too cold, all of it. I don't like extra innings, so.
I'll tell you what, this was a game that you guys kind of had in hand after a tough start. But it looked like Homer really settled down. You guys were able to get the lead, but you battled back again. And you know, that says something about this team, because this is a game, quite frankly, that doesn't really mean much in the standings. But to be able to come back kind of like shows the character of this team, doesn't it?
It does. You know, we did this a lot last year, and, you know, we've underachieved this year. But, you know, it's never time to give up. We just have a winning season, so it's, you know, we still got some games left.
How important is it for you guys to finish strong and finish at 500?
It's huge, you know, because you know, I heard him on radio saying, you know, when you have a losing season, people think you're losers. You know, at least you can go home saying that you had a winning season. So, you know, we just have to battle back and just keep going and keep fighting. You know, there's a long year, and, you know, we got the pieces in place to be good for a pretty long time. So I'm excited about the future.
I've asked you this before. That has to be the best feeling in the world when you connected. You know it's gone as long as it's fair, and running around the bases, knowing what's going to happen when you hit home plate. That's pretty fun, isn't it?
Yeah, that was some redemption, you know, after that first at bat. You know, Marshall's tough, and so is Russell. But, you know, Russell left a pitch there that I could do something with, and, yeah, it's a great feeling.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Jay Bruce, big home run tonight, wins it in extra innings for the Red Legs, and now it's time for Reds Live and my partner, Jim Day. Jim?